Here we go. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. I think we should be good now. Microphone check. I know I'm late. Again. Had a 2 in a row streak that I ruined. 2 in a row streak I ruined. See, I got some backgrounds to choose from, I think, but I'm gonna stick with this one. Here we go. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please like, share, and subscribe. Oh man, Mr. Anton Daniels, not so tough anymore. Oh man. Oh man, this boy want to sue now. This is some funny stuff. Anyways, let's check what we got. Let's check what we got here. Oh man, a lot of people are live right now. Yeah, Chronic's live right now. Who else is live? Yeah, AJ's live right now. Damn, a lot of people are live. Here we go. But yeah, shout out to you guys. I think let me make sure am I coming through? All right, yeah, we're coming through in the mics. We're all good. I see Pyro's comment. He says, bruh. Let's share some of the screen. Share this real quick. Let's do this. Boom, boom. Bada bing, bada boom. This whole ass nigga Anton Daniels, boy. Certified hoe. And like I already told you when even after the show, when I did the reaction videos of last week's 5150 debacle, even after that, when I was explaining who Anton Daniel is, what he's going to get himself into, he's going to self-destruct. And this is what I said. And just him right now waving that white flag, all of a sudden he went on a whole full week tour talking ish, holding his chest out. All that ish he was talking. Then Corey Holcomb comes back with that fire. Fly. What did Fat Joe say? I gave him that fire. That's what Fat Joe said. I gave him that fire. Pause. And people got me. Look, this is how you know Anton Daniels is in real trouble right now with them trying to sue after talking all that ish. A lot of his comments, what he doesn't understand is a lot of his comments was from his supporters saying, look, I don't condone what Corey said about your daughter or your wife, whatever, but you brought that upon yourself. And you can't use the victim card now after talking all that ish. I'm talking about his fans. you should have seen his reaction. He's like, you guys are condoning people talking about kids. Mind you, his daughter's 17, but talking about kids. Now he wants to use the black father card. Now he wants to use the all black dads matter card. Nah. We can't do that now. We can't do that anymore, man. Come on now. But anyways, let me bring up before I actually bring up the Anton Daniels clip of him crying. I got to bring up the Corey Holcomb clip. That was probably one of the best shows I've seen. That show will go down in history. That's one of the best shows I've seen, honestly.
I sat in his lap. The nigga wouldn't even swing. I said, say it again. The nigga wouldn't swing. You can't fix that, baby. He can't be hiring people when he get in town, whatever town he go to.
I ain't no crash out type nigga, man. But you know what I'm saying?
Have I missed the battle?
Me, man, I have a tough time when, I'm a dude that's about order and discipline. So like, what it took for you to make it, it ain't gonna be the same as for the next man. You know what I mean?
Got to fast forward to the part where he starts talking about the when the daughter gets brought up. But let me fast forward to that. Here we go. Let's expand. Here we go.
And so, the rules don't apply all the way across the board. We're in an era where you can make yourself relevant. And so I pretty much think in that whole conversation,
like you said, how many people in the chat?
22,000. In a nice, arrogant way, but at the end.
Yeah, there was 22,000 people in the chat. Yeah, at one point. That was crazy. And then how many subscribers he got? Oh, actually, it looks like over the past 2 or 3 years, his Corey Holcomb subscriber count isn't just stuck at like 179K. So this is good. This is good. Like Corey Holcomb really grinded for his YouTube numbers.
At the end of the day, man, if you're trying to,
all the podcasts in poverty will swim in poverty.
right.
I can't save you by saying your name. When I had motherfuckers eat you. I'm talking about your bitch that you love and care about can't stand you because you got other bitches.
This is, man.
I did a show in Vegas this week. 2 bitches I'm fucking was up there. 2 bitches was arguing about nothing. So I called both of the bitches together.
Yeah.
Hey, little bro.
Yeah. So he's taking a big break.
Let me see if I can. It's probably I think it was a little bit in the beginning when he was talking about it.
To me, if you're walking up on somebody new, you freely introduce the whole crew.
Right.
And I walked right up to him. He said, "Oh, Miss Darlene," or Miss D, whatever he said.
Oh yeah, we found the Mika clip. The Mika clip was very interesting. I think Mika is gonna turn on Anton. Like she was already using him, but that was very interesting what she said. Somebody, I forgot, in the last live stream, somebody had said like, "Yo, Chris, you gotta look at the Mika clip." So let's take a look at this right here.
What's her name? Don't know her name, but we got the video. Play the video if you got it. Can you play the video? Let's make her famous.
How long? Now, 2 weeks ago, I was told that I was going to go on the 5150 show. And I was excited. All right? I was excited about going on the 5150 show. Last Tuesday, I got on a plane to go from DC to LA. I got to the 5150 studios at about 8 p.m. Pacific time. I met Corey Holcomb. I was introduced to him. He shook my hand. Then about, I want to say 5 minutes before the actual show started, I was told, I can't go on the show. I said, okay, cool. Then I was told that I could sit on the set, but I have to sit off camera. I said, okay.
That's interesting.
The worst thing you can.
That's very interesting. I don't know if I might have to replay that part, but to sum it up, just to sum it up to you guys, Anton basically sold her a dream. He said, I was going to get you on a 5150 show, like the type of hoe ass nigga he is. And for her to even reveal this information post the debacle, that tells me Mika feels a type of way about the situation, and not in a negative way towards Corey, but in a negative way towards Anton, because she reveals that Anton said that, "Oh, you're gonna be on the show with me." This is that's the problem with whole ass niggas like Anton Daniels, like only with the capping, the lying. But she basically confirmed everything I suspected. She thought she was gonna be on the show, but Anton Daniels, was lying. He was just, Got her all excited. I'm gonna be on the 5150 show. You never even let Corey know. You thought you was just gonna. He thought he could just walk up in there. He thought he could just walk up on somebody's platform and be like, "Hey, can she be on the show?" After promising her to be that she was going to be on the show without even asking Corey. And you can't fathom why people can't buy the lie that you was telling the other day when you was on when you was on your platform talking about Mika. We do business together. She signed to me. Anyways, and you leave out the part that you told her she was going to be on the show and you didn't let Corey Holcomb know. The lies of omissions. Whole shit like this.
Do is open your mouth around me. I'm going to be able to cipher who you are. Young lady, as soon as you ride on the lot, it's cameras. As soon as you ride on the lot, it's cameras. I'm going to put you on the spot right now, D.
Okay.
I'm going to put you on the spot. You saw them get out the car, right?
Yeah, I was in my car still.
What did you observe when they got out the car about their energy together?
It was interesting for sure because, to me, if you're walking up on somebody new, you freely introduce the whole crew.
Right.
And I walked right up to him. He said, "Oh, Miss Darlene," or Miss D, whatever he said, gave me a handshake, what have you. Said, "I'm not a handshaker, I'm a hugger." So we hugged. Introduced myself to the security guard. She was already walking towards the door. And it's not like he stopped her to say,
She scampered away real quick to not make it look, suspicious. Yo, what's that Dr. Where's my Dr. Umar soundbite?
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Anywho.
And I thought, to me, I don't know. That's just very strange where it's like,
the fact that she got out the car and just ran right inside and went with him.
Well, she wasn't near him, yeah, but she was walking more towards the door with them. So I don't know. I just find that very odd because, okay. And then when I came in, I wanted to go up to her and introduce, and I had already heard this stuff going on because Phil had made it clear. He said, "Hey," because he said, I don't know how that happened. Phil knows, but that where he mentioned something about the seat or a seat or something about her being on the show.
Phil, I ain't expect you to say this. What happened with, because you told me.
I'm a Christian first.
Right here.
Boy.
So right here at 31:32, this is where the fire starts. Because it was interesting. If anybody that had watched the show live, Corey Holcomb was I don't know, Abe and Nail, they were just not on it with the clips. They didn't have the clips loaded. Corey was really frustrated with them. And right at the 31-minute mark, where Corey Holcomb was like, "You know what, fuck it. We just gonna do it live, how we supposed to do it, without the clips. Hopefully you guys got the photos loaded up." And then Corey Holcomb just basically he goes on ether mode on Anton right here.
You use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You ugly ass boy. You ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
That nigga got a picture.
This motherfucker brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you? It crashed. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga.
That's Kumo's daughter.
That's who?
Not Kumo D, Kumo daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga.
Man, that's wild work. That's wild work, man.
Go down,
let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while.
Now, people might say this is off limits. Look, it's not even a matter of condoning or what you don't condone. Anton Daniels had a similar person on his platform. He had Charleston White, and Charleston White has said some reckless things about people, kids. All Corey said here was she was ugly. Now, Corey calling her ugly, and even when he later on talks about his wife, that's just a sidebar. That wasn't even the point of why he brought them. He brought them up just to show that what he brags on it's not out of duty or moral this, you're morally superior, you're a conservative. No, what you have is what you could afford at the time, and those are your results. And now that he has a little bit of money, look at what he's rolling with. He's rolling with Mika. He's got them a couple of other bitches that he likes to brag on, right? Now that he has a little bit of money. He basically dropped a dark colored pill on him. I don't want to say the term. He dropped a massive B pill on him. That's the crime here. He dropped a massive B pill on Anton. that's all he did. That was his point. Now, the normies are going to get mad at the daughter part, but I could look past that. And at the end of the day, I've heard Anton say F the kids, right? So he should be the last person, crying about that situation. The last person crying about this. So I remember when I watched this live and Corey Holcomb went in like this, I was like, oh, Lord, but I was very interested because I was like, okay, Anton, now you have a situation where you can really run the fade with Corey if you wanted to. Now you have a reason. Now you have a reason. And then when I heard Anton's response to all of this, right here in his 11 o'clock morning show, how many hours later? 9 hours later? After Corey Holcomb's live stream, basically talking about he's gonna sue. He didn't say outright he's gonna sue, but when you start saying words like I've been advised, and you start talking about emotional distress, and I had to take my daughter out of the school, and blah, him lying and all this, I'm like, oh, he's been talking to a lawyer. This whole ass nigga about to sue. So we could definitely go. There's so much layers to this interaction, man. He said, let the cooking continue. Yo, man. He said, I watched the whole show on Tuesday. It was worth every minute. Yeah, this was that live stream of Corey Holcomb right here. This was one of his better episodes. I'm not gonna lie. This was one of his better live streams. And it was interesting, Garrett. I was just talking about this where he was actually frustrated at his production because he has these young kids doing his production when it comes to loading up the videos and all that. He has Nail and Abe doing it. And he was actually frustrated with him. But it was like at the 30-minute mark, Corey Holcomb was like, you know what, fuck it. We'll just do it without the production. And he just goes in. He just goes vintage Corey Holcomb. Now, and what's funny about this interaction is Anton Daniels is actually shocked that a lot of his fan base was like, look, you brought this upon yourself. He's shocked. You should see, like, I got all the reaction videos. I got his reaction video ready. Mr. I calculate everything. No, you don't. Because you should already know Corey Holcomb got no limits. He pulls no punches. He has one of, when people say, oh, he got zero filter. No. Corey Holcomb has zero filter. He'll go there. He'll go there. Now, I don't think when he said his daughter was ugly, that was just a side point. The main point is what he has, his it was just a massive black pill he dropped on him. He's just basically saying what you're bragging on, you're only bragging on that is because that's all you could get at that time. You couldn't really get no bad biches. You couldn't really get a biche that really wanted to keep your kids. That's a massive black pill he dropped on him. Harsh, very harsh black pill. But I digress. That was really the main point, but people were too focused on the daughter part. I thought there was nothing wrong with it, especially for the people. I've heard Anton. Remember what did Anton say last week? F that chick. right? The chick that died, they got deleted by ICE. I've heard Anton Daniels on multiple occasions saying "F them kids." I've heard Anton Daniels talk reckless about other people's kids, like actual children. So all he said was your daughter ugly. And it wasn't because it's not that he wasn't blaming her for being ugly. He was blaming you for her being ugly. He dropped a massive black pill on you. And let me limit my usage of the term black pill so I don't want to get my channel messed up. Anytime I mention anything B pill, dark pill, oh yeah, I remember that. He said take the picture of the dude down. That was nasty work. That was crazy work.
If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. Who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucking cat. I'm the captain now. Look at, hey, look.
Wild work. But he said a lot more stuff than that. And even later on in the show, Garrett, he was going in. This was, Garrett, low-key, you know what that was a B pill episode right there. That was, people want to talk about B pill this, B pill that. That was a B pill right there. He was even talking, man, like, he was like Corey Holcomb was going. He was going deep in like I said, like later on in the episode, he was talking some real ish like that. Like he was. I'm talking about he was talking past Anton later on in the episode where he was just talking about how you have weak men in charge, weak men in positions of power where they implement laws that basically target black men in these work environments because they be fucking bitches at will. And because of these, or just men in general that can F bitches, is people in charge or people in positions of power that have envy, and you could lose your job just because you and a female coworker have a certain type of interaction. And he was really talking from his perspective. And I you know, it was harsh. It could be harsh what he was saying, but I appreciated that. I appreciated that. This is why, like, I'm not saying Corey's a Chad. I'm just saying, but if most Chads could talk, that's how they would talk. I'm talking about if they talk for real. Because all this stuff about ethics, you know, logic and morals and all that stuff, there's certain dudes, they show up on a job site and they can just fuck all the bitches. And I think it's a little bit unfair that just because you have a dude that can screw most of the bitches that's on the job spot, you gotta punish him for that. Especially if he's already a productive employee at the company, you know. And like I said, it's depending on who, they'll sweep it under the rug. But he was going. This was a massive B pill episode. I really appreciated this episode. You know, yep, ice cold. People that watch that live stream is like, if anybody that watched that live stream, you'll see why somebody like me, why I tend to gravitate towards that, towards a guy like a Corey Holcomb. I don't know, you guys. This is a episode. I remember Chronic had did an episode with this like Catholic broad he was debating, and he said, like, I think Chronic had said something reckless. He said something about like the Catholic broad had mentioned her daughter, and then Chronic. I don't want to mispronounce what he said, but he said something about wait until she turns 18 and blah 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 blah. I don't remember exactly what he said, but everybody was like, whoa, chill, Chronic, time out. And then meanwhile, I'm just sitting there I'm just sitting there like listening to the live stream, crying, laughing. I'm just like, yo, this nigga wild. I love it when dudes just go off raw like that. No homo. Just how you really feel. People ain't ready for that, man. They ain't ready for that. He said, just when you was about to let it go, they just keep calling me and calling me. Class, that's yeah, from the New Jack City. Take the picture of that dude down. He said that outfit is not, yeah, I don't know what the hell Corey was wearing, but Corey be wearing these the problem is Corey wears these outfits. He's doing that on purpose so people can roast him in the chat. But that's one thing. Like I'll try to like introduce somebody like to Corey Holcomb's like show, and then they'll look at the show. They'll be like, "What the fuck is this dude wearing?" And I'll be like, "I don't know." People were roasting him in the chat with that outfit. I was cackling. People were saying that he looked like he's a backup singer for Jill Scott and Erica Badu. Yeah, he just be like, I remember one time I saw like an old clip of him singing when him and Grady and the rest of the people were on good terms. This dude showed up on stage with a freaking some white church shoes, a cardigan sweater, and a chef's hat. I'm like, the fuck is you wearing? Oh man, you know what I miss? I miss Corey Holcomb's old Twitter account. He used to talk so much ish, and you know the irony is he got his Twitter taken away because he was making fun of a fat beach. That's how he got his Twitter taken down. His old Twitter taken down, mind you. But he used to be going in. But I remember on his Twitter, he showed an outfit that he wore. He took a picture with Spike Lee and somebody else, and he had on this hat. He said, "Nah." He said, He said, "Y'all don't understand." He said, "Y'all don't understand, man." He said, "This is how real players from the shot dress and blah blah blah." And he said, "And fuck y'all in advance," because he knew when he showed up in that hat, he was gonna get flamed. He showed up with that Kung Lao hat. I said, man, I like the first thing I did, I searched for a picture of Kung Lao from Kung Lao, that hat, because he knew he was gonna get roasted. So yeah, his the way he dresses, I can't even defend it. But you know, he does do that on purpose. He dresses like that in the shows. Facts. He said he looks like a retired full force member. By the way, Corey's he's had I think he had one of those guys on one of his shows one time in 2018. It's an old episode he did. He had one of those He had one of the full force members on one of his old shows. I forgot what his name is. It's one of the dudes with the with the rat tail. I forgot his name, but he had him on the show. But yeah, Corey, I advise you guys, please watch that whole episode. This was beautiful.
Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy, so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you.
Damn. And that goes for a lot of these people that like to, wax poetical about, oh, I don't have no kids out of wedlock, or those guys. I could never cheat, right? And these guys be dead broke. Like I said, let those dudes get one promotion at work. I'm talking about one measly promotion. Then they get caught with the female Latina janitor on break. I see it all the time. Most of these dudes, they don't have that kind of discipline because they never really got a chance to soil their oats. What's that term? I hope I'm saying it right. To soil their wild oats when they were younger. So by the time they get to a certain age, even in their 40s, they can still get caught up, i.e., Shannon Sharp, no disrespect, and a lot of these people, right? Now, at that age, you can still screw bitches, but there's a proper way to do things. And you can tell the people that were able to soil like that they got it out of their system when they were younger, or they had women, they had a regular dating life when they were younger, right? They they had sex when they were younger. You can tell who they are because once they get that money, they get that bag. They just don't be having just bitches around them, like just random bitches around them like that. They just be like, or if they do have bitches around it, they're all paid for, and they don't even hide the fact that they're all paid for. And you're like, oh, okay, he knows what he's doing. He or yeah, he knows what he's doing with that. But these guys that they didn't really get hoes like that, as soon as they get a little bit of clout, they have it where IG models or women in decent women in general are able to reply back to their DMs. Then all of a sudden you end up with a Zion Williamson situation. Right? So this is some real ish that he's talking about right here. Particularly those, the conservative dudes, This is a, like I said, this is a B pill episode right here. Classic B pill.
He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches like the little bitch you had with you, goddammit, who motherfucking made that story sound like she wanted to sound. I got to town Tuesday. Did you get to town Tuesday? Or was you in Vegas with him? I don't know. Did you get to town Tuesday, really? So you let that man lie to you, bring you up here, talking about you on the show, and you ain't mad at that nigga? I seen you on that show when he said something about dick sucking to the other dude. You know what kind of nigga that is. But sister, let me tell you something. If you're trying to get on, come get it on.
Oh yeah, he's talking about Mika, by the way. He's talking about Mika. I showed the video earlier of Mika explaining the situation that Anton basically told her that, oh, you're going to be on the 5150 show. So I'm like, just as I suspected, she thought she was going to be on the show, but Anton even let Corey know. So when she got to the studio, she thought she was going to be on the show because Anton lied to her.
I seen you on that show when he said something about dick sucking to the other dude. You know what kind of nigga that is. But sister, let me tell you something. If you're trying to get on, come get it on your back like the women who really moving up in the world. You can get on.
That's crazy work that Corey's pulling on Mika right now. Hey, yo. Yeah. Like I said, and shout out to, I think his name is Kenneth here. He says, did I hear B pill? I don't want to say did I hear dark colored pill? Yep. That was like anybody that watched the Corey Holcomb episode, that was a B pill episode right there. Now he probably doesn't even, like, the funny thing about guys like Corey, he probably doesn't even know what the B pill is, but that is what you called raw truth that people they're just not ready for it. If like Corey was, the way he was talking is basically if Chad's / Tyrone's could tell you the truth. If Tyrone / Chad's could tell you how it really is, that's how it came out. Somebody said she too short for me. Oh, he said this is educated Pookie. Shout out to Stefan in the chat. Shout out to he said this is educated Pookie on my burner. He said I saw clips but not the full episode. Watch the full episode. LS is here, says, bruh, I almost collapsed when Corey said, come get it off your back like you're supposed to. Yeah, that's something I expect Corey to say. Because I knew he was going to go in on Anton. He was going to go in on Mika. But what he's saying the truth. He's saying what it really is, man. He said, come get it off your back like you're supposed to. Let's keep it a bug. That's why she there. That's your purpose. What did Corey Holcomb say about these hoes? He says, why do we gotta act like what did he say about that Senator Bish? What was the black senator's name that was busting down, that was twerking for votes? What was that black senator's name? The black female that was running for senator. He said, why do these bitches act like nobody, why do they act like we want something else from them? Bust down. That's some, like I said, that people want to talk. Like, there's been people in the chat, they want to talk about, to me, what the B pill is. Y'all don't know what the B pill is. If it smacked you right in front of your face, it has. They just don't want to acknowledge the truth. Yeah, he said, I don't even think she won her election. So yeah, you know who I'm talking about. He said, why do you hoes act like anything else is wanted from you? Bust down. I should have saved that as a clip. That was a funny clip right there.
The show, but there's other things that got to be got on. That's all I'm saying. This is show business. You got to do what you got to do. You doing it, it's just you doing with a lane. That motherfucker spit you, told you, yeah, I'm gonna put you on the show. That nigga ain't got no power up here. He ain't got nothing to do. The only power he had was to run his mouth. That's all he did.
So yeah, so Anton, he might not be paying her directly. Now he says that she's signed, but this is where Anton's gonna get. Now I know he's definitely gonna get in trouble with that Mika bitch, because if you promising her to be on certain shows and whatnot and blah blah blah, but you lying to her on the you lying to her on the front end, but you're not actually paying her per se. Anton, you better be really paying this bitch. Because now you're saying that she's going to be on shows and then she show up and she wasn't able to get on the show because you was lying. And I'm talking about for Mika to reveal this, for Mika herself to reveal this, through Anton smooth under the bus over a show that she couldn't get on. Be careful, Anton. You self-destructed, my nigga. You self-destructed.
Run his mouth. When a man challenged him, he bagged down. So if you want to be on the show, because I heard you say, I went to Corey Holcomb show out in DC and he was funny and all that shit. Shouty, you can earn it fucking with me.
Yeah, don't be shocked if she even, Pusha T even showed that, that nonsense where basically you think you got a bishop under you and then she out here telling the ops your story on the back end because she feel like she didn't get your way with you. Yeah, her name is Tierra Mack. That was her name, the senator that was trying to twerk for votes. Corey Holcomb's response to it was cold-blooded, but just facts. Niggas ain't ready for this, man.
You ain't gonna make no baby that look like that. You little short girl, though. You gonna give me a little swole little runt, nigga. But I hit bitches like that.
Who said in the chat? I think it was LS. He said that like she was cute, but she too short. like girls, like you're not supposed to be like, when it comes to baby making, when we talking about eugenics, we talking about real nigga eugenics. You don't knock up chicks like that. Like what's her name? What's the bitch? What's the bitch name? Mika. You don't knock up bitches like Mika. The people got the game all wrong. LeVar Ball had it right. LeVar Ball smart. He said, I saw this girl, this woman, my wife right here. She was tall. She was skinny. She had tall people in her family. No matter if she was white or not, because she's white, but she was tall. He's like, all right, I'm 6'6". She's over a certain height. My kids are going to be tall. That's a smart nigga. That's somebody that's thinking 30 years, 20 years ahead. Oh, he's thinking far, but what the average dude does, particularly the average ninja, they'll look at a Mika and they don't understand that's one of your chicks that you have. That's not a chick that you knock up. that's definitely not a chick you marry, right? But apparently Mika's married, because what happens is if you're tall and you knock up a chick like Mika, you're gonna most likely end up with a boy. Particularly, but you're most likely gonna end up with a boy that's like 5'9", 5'10", mad at the world because he feels like he should be better at basketball because he's not tall enough. You see, exactly. He said Bam and AJ Wilson gonna have a super baby. That's what you're supposed to do. But ninjas, they don't think like 30, 20 years ahead. Bam should have been knocked that up. And I'm the type of person that to say like, like how do I say this? I know I'm the type of person to be like, nah, don't knock this up, but like this is guaranteed success right there, because it's not even about the broad anymore. It's not even about the woman. It's about now your offspring. Your offspring is literally guaranteed to be at least 6'6", right there. Your offspring is basically guaranteed. All you got to do is eat. So somebody says, nah, it wasn't me. My wife is 5'2". I'm 6'4". Our son is 6'1" in the 9th grade. No swole runs over here. But at the same time, you got to also take into account, does your wife is her father tall? Does she have brothers? Right. So all of this has to be taken into account. So yeah, you could be, because you are 6'4", right? He probably plays basketball. You probably make sure you put him in sports early so he grows properly. You make sure he's eating. But at the same time, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. He's not gonna be your son. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, sir. He's not. He's probably sick. I don't know when his growth spurt started, but he's not gonna get taller than 6'2", which is he's still gonna be taller than most people. But in terms of basketball height, because 6'1" is in basketball height. You know, he's not gonna be taller than 6'5", right? Because genetics is genetics, right? But now obviously there's plenty of exceptions to the rule. Like if you're a guy that's like 7 feet tall, basically any chick that you impregnate, then the son is gonna be decently tall, right? He's gonna be Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that means your son's gonna. Yeah, he said he likes football and soccer more. So yeah, he's gonna stay max. He's gonna be 6'2" max, and that's just gonna be like his forehead grows a little bit, but he's still taller than most. And that's all. That means that's all your genetics, sir. That means that's all you. That's basically your genetics going in full blown. You know what I mean? And LS, let me ask you something, because this is a bit of a black pill episode. I'm not even gonna lie. This is a bit of a black pill episode. Were both of your parents tall? This is a very interesting question right here. Was both of your, and when I say tall, because tall for a woman is 5'7" and up, or basically anything over 5'5" is tall for a woman. So was your mom 5'7" and higher? And was your dad relatively tall, meaning was he over 5'10"? So that's what I got to also find out. Because if both of your parents tall, and if you're the dude, most likely from what I've seen, yep, exactly. That's basically your full that's exactly. So he said my dad was 6'3" and my mom was 5'7". Bingo. So you had tall parents. Because tall for a woman is over, basically, if you're over 5'3" as a woman, you're tall. But 5'7" for a woman is tall, right? So that's your job as a man. If you want to be on some real eugenics-ish, you got to knock up a broad that's over 5'7". I will say, to be safe, 5'9". If you're over like 6 feet something, if you want to be on some real eugenicist-ish, or even if you are a shorter man, knock up a chick that's 5'9". You will have tall offspring. I'm telling you. Now you already have tall offspring because your son is over 6'1", you know, but he's not. I don't think your son gonna be taller than you. He's gonna be like 6'2". But I'd say max, since he likes soccer and football, he's not gonna. It's gonna be 6'2". He's basically gonna stop at 6'2", and then that's it. And then that 6'2" is just gonna be his forehead. He's still taller than most. But some real eugenics. When you talking about real eugenics, people gonna call me the Austrian painter after this episode. Tell you, there's a lot of stuff that I talk about in my private time. People will be like, "Oh, damn, Chris, you be talking about this stuff?" Yep. because stuff like this, it's quite intriguing. It's quite intriguing, right? Race also plays into a part, plays a part of it. Oh yeah, also yeah, if your mother's an athlete, that plays a part on it. Basically, your yeah, it's basically the reason why your son is tall is just all you. It's just basically your genetics is going full blown. So now what's going to happen is your son now, no, like I said, no disrespect to your wife, right? Because I'm pretty sure your wife's a good person. Your son now, because of your wife's genetics, he's going to have to find a relatively tall woman. He can't do like your son can't do what you did, right? So your son is going to, if he wants like a kid that's, if he wants a tall kid, what he's going to have to do, he's going to have to find a girl for sure. He's going to have to knock up a chick that's at least 5'6", right? 5'7". He's got to do it. Now, me, I don't really care about that too much. I know people are like, wait, but Chris, you talked about all of this. I technically don't really care about it too much. I'm just telling you the reality, right? Because me, when I'm looking for in a woman, I don't want like whatever my offspring is gonna do is gonna be either music related, and if they're gonna do a sport, is gonna be a sport that is international, right? So if I have a son, I don't really want them to play. I definitely don't want them to play football. I would rather my offspring play a sport where they can go anywhere in the world and be a pro, right? If I was taking it that seriously. Okay. But if I do have, I just hope I don't have a son that wants to play basketball, because then that means that would require me to knock up a chick that's at least 5'8", 5'9". Like me, I definitely can't cut it because I'm 5'7". So I cannot be having no chick that's like 5'2" if I want like a son that plays basketball. But I don't want a son that plays basketball. I want a son that can pick a sport, whether it be soccer, volleyball, or any sport where he can go anywhere in the world, and then he'll be fine, right? If he does, music and whatnot. But then especially if I do pick a chick, particularly if, like, say if I do surrogacy, I'm either going to pick. I don't think I can pick a Spanish and Hispanic chick. I don't think that's a smart idea for me. I would have to pick, if I were to do surrogacy, if they give me the option, I'm probably gonna have to pick like a real European chick, right? Or if I pick a black chick, she's gonna have to be from the South, like one of them, them, one of those, bigger, like one of those bigger black girls that have like a strong bone density. So the kid will be big and strong still, right? But this is where like you really gotta think this through when this comes to like, when it comes to like, I gotta pick the chick. He said, "Hell, Chris." But sure, shout out to Ellis for being a good sport here. Shout out for shout out for her to being a good sport. He says they have to be above average height chick, track and field. Yeah, if I would play, like if I were to do surrogacy, because I'm really like, say if push comes to shove and I have to, okay, Chris, you need to produce a child. I would be like, all right, I'm gonna have to go through the filter. I'm gonna be like, no, I'm only choosing a chick that is over the height of 5'9", or sorry, over the height of 5'8", right? That's it. And then I got to make sure she cannot be Hispanic. She cannot be Hispanic. Like I said, that's not a, like, I swear, that's not a diss. I swear I'm not dissing. Because I'll say this, Hispanics, women, for the most part, when it comes to, they might, particularly when we talk about South American chicks, they might be the last chicks where they actually take pride in being a wife. But like I said, you can't have everything, right? You can't have everything. I remember I was talking to this one dude. He actually found the perfect woman, but he was like, "It's just this one thing." I'm like, "What?" I was like, "You found?" I'm like, "You found the perfect broad." It was it was this white dude. He was like, "Well, she's a little bit on the short side, and I don't know." I'm like, but it was a white dude, right? So he's probably thinking about, but what about I want him to play baseball and all that. I'm like, bruh, look, what do you want? Do you want a loving marriage? What do you want? Like, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want a loving marriage? Or do you want a transactional situation? If you want a transactional situation, you can get that. And then you can just keep her to the side for something else. But this dude, dudes want the perfect situation. You're going to have to give up something. You're not going to get the perfect situation, especially if you're talking about, oh, I'm looking for this type of woman, this type of girl. So yeah, like when it comes to if it comes to surrogacy, I'll do that. Well, I would do that. I would just pick, use a filter and get the type of person I want. Oh yeah, and that's another thing too. If it is an Asian chick, she has to be mixed. she has to be mixed with something, right? Because you really gotta look at it. you really gotta look at it. It's cold hearted like this, but you gotta really know what you want. You gotta really know what you want, because even just having people wanting a tall offspring and stuff like that, right? Which honestly, when it comes to me, I don't really care about all that. But when it comes to having tall offspring, it's not just about sports. It's also about your position in life, right? People looking up to you, respect, right? They did the survey when they showed like the CEOs and the presidents, basically all the presidents and CEO, damn near all of them are all over the height of 6'2", 6 feet. So these are all things that if you are a man, you have to keep this in you have to keep this in mind. Me personally, I would even go necessarily for looks per se just when it comes to procreation. I would just go for I would do a background investigation on the wife, or sorry, on the woman. I will see if she has what kind of siblings she has. Her race does matter, right? And you got to see, does she have a propensity to be tall? Does she have a propensity to be fat? All that, right? So these are all things you need to take into account. And like I said, you'll have a lot of black dudes. They'll say, okay, let me just find like a tall white chick from Poland and I'll be fine. All right, okay. But if you get a daughter, just understand, if you have a mixed daughter and she's under the height of 5'7", 5'6", it's gonna be mad. There's gonna be millions of men going after your daughter with ill attempt when she gets to a certain age. Just to let you know. So you gotta really factor all of these things in. You really gotta factor all of this stuff in. But anyways. Hold on. I saw something from Reaper. Yeah, he said Chris Mike went on a 30-minute tangent on genetics. Yo, that 5150 episode, it was a B pill episode. It's a B pill episode. All these people that were hating on Tiger Woods, right? Where he had to basically apologize for having hoes. That still sticks to me. I'm like, why does he have to apologize for having hoes? He's rich. He's a golfer. He's the most famous golfer of all time, one of the most famous athletes of all time as a golfer. Mixed with black/Asian man. Of course he's gonna have hoes. Of course he's gonna have mad white hoes. I mean, but he had to apologize. That always, and then the simps that were raining on his parade, and then I know damn well if they had even close to the same money or close to the same clout that Tiger Woods had, they would be rolling the same way. Salute Pan the Mans and salute Kenneth. And by the way, salute LS. Oh man, he's a real deal though. Is in God's hands. Our son was premature. My last growth spurt was 11th and 12th grade. Like I said, your genetics are strong. You as a man, like you personally. So I'll say that take that as a sign. You have some strong genetics. You got some strong genetics. Because most situations, I'll say this, most situations where it's like 6'2", 6'3" dad, 5 foot mom, the dude ends up at least like 5'10", maybe 6 feet, but just 5'10", 5'11", and they be tight. they be like dead tight. You know what I mean? Because they feel like they should be taller, but so your genetics is strong. Your wife should be grateful. For real, for real. She needs to give you like she need to give you more props. For real, man. Genetics is an MFer, man. Genetics is an MFer. Sometimes, like, or some people will even say, let me go on another 2-minute rant, right? Because I've seen situations where you'll have the son that's a little bit taller than the father or some stuff like that, even though like the dad's 5'5", the mom will be 5'4", right? But then you'll do some research and then you'll find out the mom has tall tall brothers, and then you'll find out like the dad also has tall brothers. He was just like the one brother that wasn't tall in the family, right? I know situations like that. And then like he'll have like one son that's around his height, and then he'll have one son that's about 3 or 4 inches taller than him, right? But that's because being tall runs in his family. It's just the dad just wasn't the one that got the tall genetics. And then a lot of times it's just nutrition too, right? There's a lot of people, they're not at the height that they're supposed to be or at the weight that they're supposed to be due to nutrition. So that plays a whole lot into it. And then also, like I said, last part before I play it, play it again. You'll see, if you see like a lot of white dudes, right? I'm gonna give you a little secret. In the suburbs, what a lot of white parents do is they'll give their sons HGH, particularly when they're hitting their massive growing spurt. They'll give their sons HGH. Now, a lot of people don't know this, or they'll give them some kind of steroids. They will do this, right? I like to, like in The Boys, they say how like those parents gave their kids Compound V in hopes that they eventually manifest a superpower, but there's a lot of complications that come with that, right? Giving your kids Compound V. That was a metaphor for the stuff that those suburban parents be giving their sons, right? That was a metaphor. Because I know a lot of parents in the suburbs, they'll do that. They'll give their kids HGH, particularly when they're like in their growing stage. They'll put that, I don't want to go too far to that. Or they'll just straight up just give them steroids, right? They'll do that. It's a lot more common than people think. There's a reason why you'll see like certain dudes, they seem perfectly healthy, tall, all of a sudden you'll see I'll say this, I'm gonna take it this far. You'll see certain kids, they get like these rare bone cancers or these bone marrow cancers, and nobody really asks the hard questions, or if a kid gets one of these rare diseases or one of these cancers in their like mid-teens, and they've been living in the suburbs and they've had perfect health care, and you're like, how did that happen? This is where a lot of those parents, they're not going to be honest. They're not going to be honest that, yeah, I gave my son some compound V and it didn't work out the way we did. This is why we're just accepting our L. Because I'll see some of these parents and they're like, they seem very calm about their kid having this rare bone cancer or this rare genetic condition, which is not supposed to happen to a kid like this. It's almost like they saw it coming. You know, people don't want to, people don't want to go there, but that's something that I suspect is part of the deal. And when I watched The Boys, that series, The Boys on Amazon, when I saw them, they were talking about how their parents would put their own kids on compound V in hopes that they would get powers. I was like, oh, I know exactly what they're talking about. That's a metaphor. I was like, yep. Yes, sir. I know exactly what they're talking about. He said my paternal cousins are taller. I fucking hate it. I'll say this though, because for me, I didn't realize I was short until high school. So I was fine my whole life until particularly junior year in high school. That's when I realized I was shorter than most. Because most of the time I was I played soccer most of my most of my childhood, and with soccer your height doesn't matter. The only time your height matters in soccer is if you're looking for a defender, specifically a center back or a goalkeeper. And we all know in soccer nobody wants to be a goalkeeper, nobody wants to be a defender. So it's the most perfectly balanced sport, in my opinion. And just because you're over a certain height doesn't mean you can't play up top. I'm just saying, like, your soccer, when it comes to soccer and these sports like that, it's about your feet. It's about your feet, what you can do with your feet. Pause. Right? So it's the most perfectly balanced sport. He said she is, and she told me that I was the only way she was gonna get height in her family tree. She says our oldest is she is 5'2". Our next daughter is 5'6". Yeah, like I said, even that your second daughter being 5'6", that's your genetics working overdrive. So shout out to your wife, because the woman they know that. The woman, they'll be like 5 feet. They'd be like, dude, I can't have no dude that's 5'7" or 5'6". They trying to get the tallest dude that they can. They're trying to save, in their mind, trying to save their genetics. Right? You see, I grew up in the burbs. I seen that like, yeah. It happens a lot. He said, where can I get this compound V? Nah, you don't need it. You don't need it. But I'll say this, LS, if you have, just ask. Some might be open to tell you that, like, in terms of particularly your I don't know what race he is. I don't know what race LS is, but in the suburbs, it's common. It's a common practice. Kenneth says, I'm only 5'11", and my parents are both somewhat tall for their ages back then. My dad was 6'2", and my mom was 5'7". But then again, my grandparents were average height. Exactly. So yeah, same on my end. And then you say he said my grandpa was Filipino. So yeah, that also matters as well. By the way, I don't know why people be saying I'm like, I've been hearing, like, I really feel like I feel so bad for the average height men in terms of the guys that are 5'10", 5'11", 6 feet tall. Girls have convinced these dudes that they're short. Like, if you're 5'9", that's not short. You're an average sized man. If you're 5'9" and above, if you're 5'9" and above, sorry, if you're 5'9" through, what's it? Yeah, most men are 5'9", 5'10", 5'11". That's the average height of most men. 5'9", 5'10". and maybe 5'11". That's average height. But hoes have really been really hammering in that what's it 6 feet, only 6 feet and up, right? So a lot of dudes have internalized that. But if you, like I said, if you want to make a real difference, you have to take matters in your own hands as a man when it comes to eugenics. You can't just go off of it because of what your woman says. He says, "Hey, I played goalie and I loved it." Some plays goalie and defender. He says, "Black American, shout out to you." Okay, so yeah, if you know about, because the suburbs, like the Caucasian kids, they won't admit it. You just have to know about it. And if you know, you know. If you know, you know. He said, "I played goalie and loved it." Son plays goalie and defender. But I always say this, because when I evaluate people's skills, particularly when it comes to soccer, there's certain coaches, they're lazy. They'll just look at somebody's height and then they'll just put them at defender, or they'll put them at goalie just because of their height. I don't do that, because I've seen a lot of people, they were playing the wrong positions their whole life. But that's cool, yeah. Because I'll say this, if your son plays goalie and defender, he's always going to start. That's the one thing. If you're good at defense, especially if you're an elite goalkeeper, but particularly if you're an elite defender, you're always going to play. You're going to play every single minute of every game. Because most people, they don't want the response. It's not that they don't want to play defense, but they don't want the responsibility that comes with it. And when you're playing defender, you can be having a great game. If you make one mistake, they're gonna say you suck. So that's the thing with playing defense. But if you're a good defender, you're gonna play every single minute of every game. So somebody that takes it upon themselves to be a defender, to be a goalie, I always give them their respect, because most people they're most people, they're lazy. They don't want the responsibility that comes with it. Anyways, yeah. yeah. Oh shoot, Reaper said I went on a 30-minute rant. Technically, almost an hour rant. Well, 45-minute rant on genetics.
Dude hit bitches like that because he flat out bought her. I'm gonna indirectly buy you. Everybody who I buy hate me later because they be like, he ain't really give me shit. Don't be lying, talking about you came out here to do the show. You came out here to kick it with that big old ham sandwich because you know that motherfucker gonna trick off real good with you.
By the way, so HGH is huge in those gyms. You got to go to gyms like Goals where muscle heads go. I'll say this: whatever woman that you see on Instagram with like abs and they looked all muscled up, I'm talking about those chicks that really look like, oh man, she be working out. Particularly those white chicks, they're using HGH. I will say 80 to 90% of those white chicks you see on Instagram that's got that figure, they're using HGH or some kind of testosterone. They're on something. They're not natty. Probably none of them, to be quite honest with you. And it's not a diss to white women. I'm just telling you. When you see what's that bitch name? Safari? Is that her name? What's that girl? Is her name Safari? She be going what's that whole name? Safari or something. She's definitely on HGH. Please. Anyways.
The show, you probably was disappointed because you ain't get on the show. That's because I didn't know you and you was with dude. You see what the show at? Meet me outside one day and say, Corey, I'm trying to earn something. We good. We good. You got the clip with his wife? Yeah, play the clip with that mark ass nigga wife. By the way, if I get under your skin, you know where I'm at, homie. You know where I'm at. The clip with his wife. This is the funniest shit.
Oh, wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities, and so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with. Anton's very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that he has killed anybody before. I think he's capable. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person when he's angry. Black out.
What?
All right. Now, she look like she'll be like, fuck it, I'll be with this little fat nigga. Baby, you ain't got to be worried about that nigga temper tantrums and all that shit like that. Come fuck with a real nigga. If y'all in Detroit, it's real niggas in Detroit. God damn it. They could come pick you up at his house. He ain't gonna do shit. You with a mark ass nigga who's stressing you out because you saw it. I know you saw it, ma'am. When I said to your husband, I'm doing it in slow motion a little bit. Say I suck dick again. That nigga let your whole family down and bitched out. Y'all done. You will never live that moment down where he got punked in front of the nation.
You saw that too, right? Yeah, once I saw that clip right there of what Anton's wife had to say about him, that's going to backfire on Anton as well. Say it again.
You think you supposed to fix it because you're married to him. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I can't put you out front with my top 5 bitches, but I'll find you a slot just because you his wife. Come fuck with a real nigga. You know you can't stay with that nigga. His best years are over. What if you'd have had a boy? God damn, you'd have had a little slouchy little boy. You had a daughter. At least somebody will smash you. This motherfucker, them nights when them other bitches ain't answering the phone, they gonna call your daughter. Meanwhile, you can be over here with me, goddamn. I got a bitch with some colder wigs than that you had on. Boy, that wig you got on, that's a starter kit wig. I got some bitches who do hair so good. Why I make that bitch an 8? Why I make that bitch an 8, nigga? That bitch, what? Let me tell you something. I can make people think she look good. But yeah, your husband a straight mark ass nigga. I sat in his lap. The nigga wouldn't even swing.
Let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can replay. He's asked, what did his wife? Oh, I can just repeat it. I can repeat it. She was low key saying that he has a couple of different personalities. That's basically what he was saying, that he doesn't communicate well. He can get mad sometimes and blah blah blah. Basically all the starter words to not say that he's abusive. So there was a lot of women that saw that clip and they're just like, whoa, is Anton being abusive behind closed doors? And Corey Holcomb is playing off that. He said, look, you don't got to deal with that Marquez ninja anymore. Just join my slot. Just join my I can't have you as my main one, but I'll put you in the slot. He said, Corey, hell. He says, putting the insults in the matrix.
Say it again. The nigga wouldn't swing. You can't fix that, baby. He can't be hiring people when he get in town, whatever town he go to, having strangers watching his back. That's the best way to get robbed. The man said,
yeah, basically a sociopath, exactly.
I got more money than Corey. Wait, you just marked yourself, nigga. And whoever is his security, you know they don't fuck with him for real. Big shout out to dude who was hired to watch his back when he got to town. I sincerely mean this. You was a professional. You didn't come over here and act like you was trying to break up the fight and escalate nothing. To the dude who was here with him, who had to get stuck taking that cake ass nigga home. Hey man, I know that money is hard, man. You gotta get that paper. But you did a good job, man. You did a good. I'm glad you didn't try to interrupt with it. But back on this nigga and his family. The pain lives on, Ton. Full time. The pain lives on. I'm seeing what you was working with before you had money. It makes sense. Now I'm seeing who you paying to be around you. The bitch really was dissing you in that tape. She didn't stand on nothing with you on that tape because she knows she embarrassed to be with you. What's the bitch? I mean, Mika, right? Hey, Mika, go on, hook up with Anton's wife and let me show y'all what Christianity is really about. The work of the Lord is here for you. Hey, full time, don't nobody want you, man. You a fat, goofy motherfucker who act like you about something. You ain't about nothing. You crashed out all week and everything you said, you motherfucker shot yourself in the foot. And if I said something to shoot myself in the foot since I started doing this show tonight, guess what? You ain't say what you need to say when you was in my face. Remember that. What you needed to say, you folded. But thank you for folding. Now, what else we got to talk about, goddamn?
But like I said, later on, please, if you guys have if anybody that didn't watch the live stream on Tuesday, please watch the full one, man. Watch the full one. I might have to do a separate live stream just on that alone because he was going in. By the way, Anton Daniels has this thing where he'll talk about it's the revenge of the nerds and all this nonsense. And this is, first of all, Anton is not a nerd. He's a scammer. But this whole thing where, this whole revenge of the nerds thing and all this stuff, it plays into the stereotype where you have people up top that are quote unquote weak. And then you really have the dudes that are the real deal that are in the middle being held back, whether it be because of race, whether it be because of whatever social economic background, and then people can't fathom why you got these broads out here messing with broke dudes. Right? So it plays into the stereotype, especially the way he's been acting, the way he's been crashing out, the way he's been playing victim. So this is where I'm going to show you the Anton video where he's playing victim. He said Mika's out for self. Yeah, and when I saw that clip of hers, where she basically threw Anton Daniels under the bus, she snitched on that ninja. She's like, hey, Anton said I was going to be on the show, and I was excited to be on the 5150 show. As soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, that nigga a liar. Now, Rita's the wife's name. He can't, man. Anton can't. Yeah, Anton can't. When he was broke, he could never get a chick like Mika. No disrespect. Anton he's literally the opposite of no disrespect, Ellis, but Anton is literally the opposite of you. Like Ellis has good genetics. Anton has terrible genetics. Like Ellis could have gotten a chick like Mika in his heyday. Mika would have nothing to do with an Anton if Anton was broke. You know, no disrespect, right? You know what I mean? Anton is a short, fat dude with small hands. Like if you're a dude like an Anton, you gotta pay. You have to. He has to be a YouTuber. He has to do that. Yeah, Bag Chasers is a scammer name. Like, let me see if I can bring up Mika's Instagram page. Like, you really think Anton could never. He'd have to get the bitch drunk. He'd have to give a bitch like Mika drunk to mess with him. And there's people saying that Mika's not even sleeping with him right now. I'm talking about as we speak. Let me see if can I share the. Oh Lord, hold on for a second. My ad block is acting up right now. This is crazy. All right, here we go. You think Anton could have gotten a chick like this in his 20s? What's that scammer pic that I have of him when he's skinnier? Remember that the other thumbnail that I have of this guy? You really think he could have gotten a chick like that? Nah, he has to be in the position that he's in. It's a miracle that he got married. You know, he said this whole thing. Amalia K says this whole thing is a mess. Hey man, Anton made it a mess. Anybody with common sense would know not to go to war with a comedian. Anton sitting there all week, get his chest out. I'm this and I'm that. I would have beat Corey's ass and all that. I'm like, this dude, yeah. I'm like, come on, man. Like, but anybody should know you're not supposed to heckle. You know, when you go to a live comedy show, you don't heckle a comedian. And this is what Anton did, so to speak. You try to out-troll a comedian. Anton said he did his research. Clearly, he did not. And you're going to see it here. He's going to be playing mad victim. He's going to be playing mean victim here when I show you this clip. He said, easy and did. My 20s cast off the meter. Yeah. But that's why I think it's a good thing, particularly for young men. They need to get through that out of their system first before they do anything else. And you got a whole bunch of young dudes. You got a whole bunch of Antons out there. They didn't really get that experience when they were younger. So then once they get their money later on in life, Yeah, they can get a chick, but then they end up getting played. Or they end up getting themselves into some real hot dog water, right? They don't know how to handle that clout. They don't know how to handle that little bit of paper they got, right? He said, I got a few in my Panda Man says I got a few in my 20s, especially in Arizona and Wisconsin. I'm mad at the ones I didn't know wanted me, but now I know in hindsight. The reason why I don't OD talk about my dating experiences is because the music game is full of weird niggas like me. Looking niggas like me getting bad bitches. So this is why I don't look at it like, oh, this is what I did. Nah, I don't do that. I know dudes in my industry. Even I'm talking about dudes that are just regular church pianists or church musicians. Short, bald, small hands, but a great musician, a great bass player. And he got mad bitches, right? This is like just one person I know off of the top of my head. Just one weird looking dude. If you saw him on the street, you'd be like, "Who's this dude?" You would. Most chicks are just gonna walk by him. But he got clout at his church. He's the man. He's already done shows with like artists. He's messed with mad bitches, and this is the kicker right here. This is the kicker. He still works at Home Depot. That's all those musicians you'll see like on the on those these live shows with Burna Boy and all these artists, T.I., Lil Wayne. You see them up there rocking it out. These guys they be working at McDonald's, they be working at Macy's, they be working at Amazon. I'm talking about some of the best ones you know. Basically, and they got to do that if they're not tutoring, because if you're not tutoring, if you're not in a company or in a music company where they're basically paying for everything, and then you can tour, you can do weddings and all that, you're gonna have to get a regular job, and you can't just get you can't even get a normal 9 to 5. You got to get a job where your nights are always available. So even if you get a regular high paying job, your nights are not going to always be available. There's this lawyer I know. He just passed his bar his bar exam, so he's going to be a lawyer full time, and he's a great pianist, but he's basically going to have to choose, and so he's going to have to basically put his pianist stuff to this, and he's great. When you have you can't even, if you have a great job, you can't gig full time. You can't. So it's a sacrifice. But anyways, men need to really they need to get that out their system when they're young. But there's a lot of these dudes, they unfortunately they can't get it out. He says, I wonder what she looked like. He messed up. I'm Aaliyah K. Are you talking about Mika, or are you talking about Rita, his wife? Are you talking about Mika, the side chick, or Rita, the wife? Oh man. He said Diddy should have settled with Cassie and turned his player card. But from what I heard about Diddy, he has a family. He has a couple of family members. Like, I don't know if it was like his aunt or his mom or something. It's like one of the female members of his family is a freak. And then on top of that, his dad was like a really famous street ninja that actually had a lot of clout and money. So he got away with a lot of stuff. So he basically grew up almost like a privileged white dude that be getting away with SA and stuff. Right? He was basically he grew up like what you would think the prototypical privileged white dude that gets all the bad rep. That's how Diddy grew up. That's why he does the stuff that he does. Panda Man says, I meant to say I was mad at myself for not knowing that some chick wanted me, but whatever. Yeah, you live and you learn. Yep, it's really 30-year-old virgins these days. Yeah, there's a whole lot of like in particularly dudes. There's a lot of dudes. I would say it's like a 40. It's like I'll give it a percentage. I'm gonna make an estimated guess. I think there's a good percentage of men in their early 30s that's never kissed a girl. I'll I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to wager that. I'm willing to wager that. So, so it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough out here for the average young man. So let's play Anton Daniels' response to Corey Holcomb. This is interesting stuff. He says LMAO pan. But yeah, there's a lot of there's certain broads that it'll be like the next day I'm like, oh, she was actually giving choosing signals. But right now, what happens is all the times I get choosing signals is like not where it's supposed to be. So I think I told the story what recently happened when I was at a housewarming a couple of months ago. Yeah, a couple of months ago I was at a housewarming in oh shit, I'm doing too much. But it was corporate. It was corporate. It was a corporate thing. All of her corporate people were there. It was a whole fancy shindig, right? And the woman that invited me to the thing, her sister, who was pretty girl, she was choosing heavy on me that night, and it was a little bit uncomfortable. So I was sitting down, and I was right next. I'm talking about I'm right next to her. I'm right next to his sister. I'm right next to her brother, and I'm talking about right next to her brother, and she literally because she I could tell she's a little bit of a lightweight. She tried to go like straight in between like my legs. I had my legs closed like this. I was like, yo, she wilding right now. But she wasn't overtly wilding, but she was OD. So Chris, tell me about the last time I saw you and blah, 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 blah. Because the last time I saw her, she was like super shy, because I knew her sister from business, right? But this time I see her, she's a little bit like not drunk, but she took a little bit of swig and she almost she was overtly like OD choosing, but I'm like, I'm right next to her brother. What am I supposed to do? And it's her sister that I do business with. So I'm like, what do? I can't choose up on her. That would ruin everything. So that's usually my luck. Especially nowadays. It's always a broad that's choosing, but her ex is like the drummer. Or the ex is her ex is somebody that I know. And then I know if I even smash the bitch, it's not even about taking the bitch out. If I smash, it's going to ruin everything. So that's the luck I've been getting. I'll say for the past 2 years. It's never like a broad that's like fully available or whatever. Never is. I know there's one other chick, white girl. She likes me, right? But it's obvious, but I can't take her out. Only because she does the same thing that I do. That's number one. And then number two, it's not that she's been passed around, but she has dated around. Right? So I don't think it would be a good look for her, really, at the end of the day. And then on top of that, she's not looking for me to like, oh, I just want you to smash. She wants me to like make it serious with her and be like, okay, she wants me to be like, I want you to be my girlfriend. And I just can't. I can't do that right now. You're going to ruin everything that I've been working hard for. So that's been my luck for the past 2 years. Just terrible timing, not on my end, but on their end. But anyways. So wait, hold on. Oh, he said so. She said both. So she wants to know who Rita looks like, the wife, and what Mika looks like. So let me show you Mika, the side chick. Let me show you the side chick. So this is Mika, right? This is the side chick. Okay. This is Mika. It's another picture of Mika, right? Another picture of Mika, right? This is her. Another picture of Mika, right? This is the side chick. No, well, that's just an advertisement. But yeah, this is Mika, right? This is the side chick. And then the picture, I don't have a picture of Rita, but they showed a clip of her on the 5150 show. Let me see if I can find that segment real quick for you. See if I can find that real quick. Here we go. So this is a video, and then this is a video of Anton Daniels. This is a video of Anton Daniels' wife right here that I'm about to show you.
You know where I'm at, homie. You know where I'm at. Clip with his wife. This is the funniest shit.
Oh, wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities, and so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with. Anton is very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that he has killed anybody before. I think he's capable. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person when he's angry. He's like,
What?
Interesting that she said that. You know. But yeah, that was, what's her name? Rita. That's Anton's wife. Right. What were the signals, Chris? Tell us. It's pretty obvious. Well, for me, the problem is they're not going to say it. So that's just your experience. Most women are not going to be like outright. It's only been like, I can only count on one hand the girls that outright said, "I like you, Chris." Like I'm just keeping it a buck with you, right? Most other women though, they're gonna want you to do the first move, right? They want that leverage. Unfortunately, you're just gonna have to figure it out yourself. But I already said a couple of things that women will say when they're not necessarily if they like you, but they're impressed by you in some sort of fashion. So I remember infamously, I said this on this channel before. Like the woman will like she'll give you like informal like she'll start calling you in informal, what's the term, informal pronouns, right? So she'll start calling you sir and shit. She'll turn into a fucking a British queen's. She started calling you like she's reading, she's calling you from the English dictionary. She'll start calling you sir and shit. And pronoun, like what's that called? A pronoun, whatever. She'll start giving you like those real formal pronouns. That's I'll say that's one of the main signals. Right. I've said that before. But a lot of the times you can see it with their eyes, right? You can see it with their actions. You can see it how close they want to be with you, right? Now, in the case when I was talking about the housewarming thing, she was literally all up in my grill. And I'm talking about I'm backing away, but she's in my grill. I think her brother could see what was happening too, but he didn't hold that against me. He just knew what her, I think he just knew what her sister was like, right? But it was just such bad timing with that other chick because the brother looks up to me, right? He takes what I say seriously. And I'm trying to give him some advice on the game and whatever, because he's trying to do what I'm doing. I was trying to tell him stay in school and then do both and blah, blah, blah. Trying to give him my references, my experiences. And here she is, OD in my grill. But I'll say this, that the white girl, she does a lot of passive aggressive things where I'm like, oh, okay, I know. And then also too many people. Anytime me and her would go somewhere, too many people start making jokes. So that's like a bit of a, where you'll have like other dudes. They'll like other dudes will start doing weird things around you because you and her are together. Not like on some joking ish, but on some jealousy ish. That's kind of how I knew. I was like, oh shit. But I think I've spoken on this girl before on my channel. But that's why I don't want to take her out. Because I'm already getting the drama off of her respecting me a lot. I'm already facing some backlash off of doing that. And then on top of that, it was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot of dudes where, like, I think I mentioned the story, particularly. I'm talking about the white girl now, like where this one dude that I knew came up to me, and he was just like, that's not. I told the story before. Let me not reveal. But basically, I'm a summarize it up because I don't want to repeat the story. There's some people that's actually following this channel right now. They just found my channel, so they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Like they know me personally. So I'll just summarize it up like this. Basically, he was mentioning how she was talking about how good I was playing the keyboard, right? And he was basically just raving on how she was that she saw me the whole performance and was just talking about how good I was. But the way he was talking about it, it was like he didn't like it. And I was like, God damn it, he likes the bitch too. You know what? Let me just leave that shit alone. I said, let me leave that alone. Because it's just not worth the drama. Somebody said, "Oh God, that's her horrible weave wig." Yeah, Rita. Well, let's give Rita a pass though. I'm gonna give Rita a pass. I'm gonna give her a pass. He says they are both cute, but his wife looks afraid. Let's keep it a bug. The wife, I'll be nice. I'll be nice to the wife. He says she's the only one afraid of him. Effing tragic, right? But like I said, look at the wife. And look at the side chick. So you already know what that situation. That's a guy who, when he was younger, that's what he could get. And then once he started getting money, now look at what he can buy. Futon is the black David Banner. Don't make him angry. You won't like him when he's angry. Man, Futon is full of cap. That boy is full of cap, man. Oh yeah, she'll like indirectly say, "Oh, I know you have other women and stuff like that." But he said, "Does trouble count as a formal pronoun?" But she'll do stuff like that. You'll just be like, "Oh my God!" She'll do that I'm talking about in front of everybody too, and you're just like, "Nah, never mind." He says, "You're traumatized." But I always say this. I give shout out to. I'm gonna give a shout out to. I know there were two specific black girls when I was younger, that directly said, "Chris, I like you," right? And then it took me off the. It technically it took them off the hook, but at least I knew what it was. So I got to give a shout out to him because I remember those two, and then I remember it was like then there's a couple that were white. They did kind of the same thing, but yeah, black women are more direct. If they're really feeling you, they'll just directly, they'll just say it. Right. I remember this. Yeah, I remember when I was a younger kid, there was this one Latina girl, right? She was giving me shit because, that was bad. Because, when you're younger, like when you're around like that 10, 11, 12-ish range, or yeah, around that age, when you're playing sports, there's not really much of a gap. And when I was around that age, I was not good at sports. But when I went through puberty, once 5th grade hit, all that shit stopped. So I hit puberty. that same Latina girl that was giving me shit and blah, blah, blah about not being good at basketball. Then she saw me, doing other ish, and she see me playing soccer and doing all this other stuff. And it turned out she actually had a crush on me, but she was never going to say, because she was way too tough. Like, she was just like, whatever. She was one of those types of chicks. But her mom hated me. Her mom, because I was a fucking troublemaker. That was that was that one Hispanic chick that I knew when I was younger. And then I remember, what's it? And, then during that time, I remember my apartment neighbor at the time when I was younger. I didn't know it at the time, but I found out through her younger brother that she had a crush, right? But that's when I was a kid during that time. High school, it was like only a handful of chicks that liked me. And then in college, yeah, I got more play per se, but I don't feel like it was women that actually genuinely liked me for me. It was just, oh, he's linked with this guy. He's of this status. Oh, I know him from this. I'm familiar with him, so I'm gonna sleep with him. That was how I was getting it in college. So it wasn't really genuine. So when you're talking about a genuine attraction, if you don't find that in middle school, high school, you might need to chill when you start getting some money. Right? So you don't make a bad decision on who you pick. And yes, I am traumatized. I've had chicks where when I was younger, or particularly when I was like in high school and stuff, talk crazy about me. And then later on, it was, I was just doing that because I wanted you to shoot your shot and all this. I'm like, how the hell was I supposed to know that? But yeah, these hoes be traumatizing me, man. What the fuck? But especially now that I'm doing what I'm doing, especially the status that I'm trying to get to, the connections that I'm making, I this is just not the time for me. Pan the Man 3T says, yeah, let's give here a pass. The stress of being with Anton made her hair fall out. Damn. That's crazy work. Shout out to Pyro with the $2 super chat. You already know.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Pyro says, I'm okay saying most people I know are better than me. Oh, so yeah, Pyro, you remember that story that I told that with that dude. I'm not gonna repeat that story. That's how I knew. That's when I knew for a fact homegirl had feelings for me. That's when I knew for a fact, when he basically came up to me, is she better than you? Like, what kind of nigga asked me that? I'm like, where's this coming from? And I was like, she was talking about how good you were playing and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. He likes the bitch too. And I'm not saying she's not cute, but it's just like the drama. In fact, I don't know, maybe people are listening in the chat. I would have her replace me in one of my bands I'm in, but I just know that if she were to do that, she would ruin the band, because the band I know, they're not mature enough to have somebody like that in the band. They're all gonna be trying to fuck that bitch. But anyways, Wavy Thame says he was gonna sue Corey anyway. If I was Corey's lawyer, I would save that clip. I'm gonna make $1 million off of you, Corey Reddy. But it's so sad where he was gonna sue him anyways. And then all that talk about, well, why did Corey meet him outside? Because he was gonna sue. Remember, like, even on my stream, I said, I'm like, we all know the type of nigga Anton is. if Corey put one hand on that hoe ass nigga, he would have sued. We know what type of nigga he is. We know. Now somebody mentioned something about his daughter being ugly, right? And I'm not saying I condone that, but the bigger point that Corey was trying to make is he wasn't dissing the daughter. He was saying the daughter's ugly because of you, Anton. That's what he was trying to say. But if that's enough for you to start talking about my daughter's in emotional distress, I took her out of school. What? I've been advised to say this, and I've been advised. What? Now you talking lawyer talk after talking all that ish? Knowing the stuff that Anton has said, knowing the people that he's put on his own platform, and that's the line. And people were saying that he should have taken the fade outside. That's why people called Corey and said, you did the right thing by not going outside. I said that. I said the same thing. I'm like, that would have been a mistake. He would have sued. Now he's gonna still sue anyways. Oh man. He said men are judged based on a woman he can pull. Futon was broke when he met his wife. Exactly. So when he was broke, that's what he can pull. That's his level, right? But when these guys get a little bit of money, then they want to, you know. Wait, Amalia K said he's breaking up with her on live. That's wild, huh? Wait a minute. Let me. Or are you just talking about the live that I'm about to pull? Nah, he's in this live right here. This is where he plays victim. This is where he plays victim. This is where he's gonna start crying about, and he's gonna start bringing up black fathers and black. This is where yeah, exactly. We used to be brothers. That's the card that he's trying to pull right now.
What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. Thank you for tuning in for another.
That was a zesty ass intro, just to let y'all know. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord.
Another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I am your host, Anton Daniels. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Got a lot to address. What's going on, friends and family? Yeah. It is Wednesday, January 21st, 2026.
By the way, he did that live it's about 8 hours or no less than 12 hours from Corey's stream. That's when he dropped. That's when he did this live. No less than 12 hours. So it was around like 10 o'clock at where he was at, 11 o'clock when he did this live. It was probably 11 a.m. when he did this live. Hold on for a sec. My bad, guys.
Our Lord, what's going on to the chasers? What's happening? What's going on? I see y'all. Familiar faces. Familiar faces. What's happening? What's going on, y'all? How y'all feeling? Well, let me read some of the Cash Apps to make sure that we all on the same page, because I want to always make sure that I acknowledge the people that support the platform the most.
Oh yeah, by the way, most of the content creators that I've been seeing, even the ones that support Anton Daniels, they're like, Anton basically asked for this because they know who Corey Holcomb is. They know what he's like. They don't condone what Corey's saying. They're just saying Anton should have known better. You poked the bear, so to speak. By the way, let me do a quick update for you. Look at this hoe ass nigga right here. Remember I was talking about Man-R reports? This hoe ass nigga right here. Look at the title of his stream. Somebody good debate me, please. These conservative weirdo debate me bro ass ninjas, man. Anyways, I just wanted to put him on blast because I was searching up something in the meantime.
And then we're going to get right to it. All right? First of all, I want to say shout out to Mike, that dude. I appreciate you. Shout out to Spencer Campbell. We're in the building. We're in the building. So I'm gonna start this off going ahead and addressing what it is that a lot of y'all came to see. And then for the rest of us, we're gonna go ahead and kick it for the Millionaire Morning Show, and we're gonna do our normal everyday thing. All right, let me read some of these super chats, and then we'll get it popping. Top Flight says, "Moaning, AD, I sent you an email. You need to check it out. Stay dangerous." What up to Top Flight 3? I appreciate you. Eric Harris says, "AD, I did come here for the drama. However, you decide to have."
Anyways, let me speed this up because this nigga talks slow as hell. Hold on for a sec. By the way, most of my videos even the videos that I watch in real life, I'll be putting it at like 2 speed. I'll be putting it at 1.7 speed.
But your business I supported. Children are off limits. Okay, well, I guess we can go ahead and get to it. I knew you wanted to know. So there's some people.
Children are off limits. By the way, his daughter's 17. Now, I'm not saying that makes it right, but it's not like, But all Corey said that she was ugly. But and when he said she was ugly, he was just saying that it's because of you that she's ugly, right? That's not nice, right? That's not nice. We shouldn't be doing stuff like this. But Corey Holcomb, he's talked about his own family. He's talked about his own daughter, right? Corey Holcomb has no filter. And if Anton, Mr. I did my research on you, bro. Whole ass nigga. But if you really did your research, you would know that the clapback was gonna be fire. He should have known that, but to be shocked, No, I'm suing. Well, he's not gonna say that he's suing. He's just you'll see it. He's forcing himself to look unaffected. It's a classic tactic that these new ninjas be using, these new people be using. They try to speak in a monotone voice and act like there's no emotion coming out of their voice, right? You even see it with what's her name, Just Pearly Things, right? It's so, all this is so performative. She's just, first of all, Just Pearly Things, she's just so disingenuous. I don't even understand how people could even rate her. You know what I mean? But it's just that, that same monotonous, I'm gonna be stoic like this, and I'm gonna speak. Basically, they all think they're Ben Shapiro. They all think they're Ben Shapiro or Destiny on the left-hand side, right? Yeah, there's no rules. Yeah, he said, chill, Chris. Let him live with the zesty opener. It wasn't that bad. Who said in the chat that there was somebody in the chat the last time? He said he was convinced. He said Anton is definitely gay. Now, I'm not going to go that. I said I'm not going to go that far, but I'll be looking at this nigga. I'm like, yo, ain't no real men act like this. Or the men that I saw growing, they don't like real heterosexual straight men. They don't act like this. The way I see some of these dudes be acting on the internet. Yeah, exactly. He said he did his research by looking at white comedy videos. Yeah, he only saw the comedy videos. I don't think he did research on the actual. He probably he's seen clips from the 5150 show. That's all he did. He's seen clips. And particularly clips where Corey Holcomb is, if he sees like a black man saying something that he feels like is against black people, then Corey Holcomb will speak out on it. And those are the clips that he probably saw. He didn't understand that like Corey is he's very deep. Pause. Like he has a lot of range. He's a lot smarter than people give him credit for, but because he's a comedian and he wears his, his ghetto-ness per se on his sleeve, people tend to underestimate him. But Corey is there's a lot of depth to what he says. And and if Anton did his research, he would have known that Corey is more based than most people in America. So, you know, yeah, he brought security. That whole ass nigga, man. He should know better. Shout out to Timothy Taylor. Good to see you, man. He said Anton is coping. High school kids don't watch Corey Holcomb podcast or his podcast. You're like, you're gonna see him lie. It's crazy.
That are watching this right now. That
it's like how's your daughter? How does your daughter in a 12 or 10 hour span, a high schooler, how does she find the 5150 show? How? This nigga got to be lying.
I remember used to being here all the time, and there was heavy supporters. And now I see that some of them are a little bit different. Like, for example, Vatos Bulldogs said, stop the cap like you didn't wake up ready to respond. I'm going to speak to that. Vatos Bulldogs used to be a very, very heavy supporter of the show. But what I've realized is people will switch and change depending on how messy that they want you to be. So I'm going to address this like this, because the thing that I tell people all the time is you never, ever, 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 yeah, facts, fair weather friends. We know what it is. We've even revived some people's platforms with hate. But in a month, those same platforms are going to have to figure out what else to talk about once this whole thing dies down. All right, but let me get to exactly what it is that y'all want to talk about. So, of course,
I would say this: your stuff is actually getting in the way of my stuff that I actually want to put out there. I don't know if people might haven't noticed. I haven't really been posting a whole lot of videos this month. It's because of this, because I got to make sure I got to cover all my bases, and then on top of that, Corey Holcomb is one of the to me is, well, people might disagree. I think he's the greatest comic of all time. And then number two, if you want to say Patrice O'Neal, I would even fight you on that. But Corey Holcomb is one of the main reasons why I even decided to even start talking about topics like this, right? To speak my mind, right? So I do owe it to the people. I do owe it to 5150 Nation. If any slander is brought towards Corey's way, you know what I mean? I just feel like it's just my duty and my obligation to do that. But anyways, let me see. Bro, he said this coworker's annoying. I hate people who always in the lunch or break room the same time as. This is one job I had to quit recently in November. This one dude, I'm talking about this one boy. This whole ass nigga could not stop talking. I'm talking about you couldn't pay this dude. This dude is always talking. I had to leave. But anyway, I already talked about this dude. Like, I don't want to piss myself off again. But that's how much he was talking. He said, but it was Anton's responsibility to protect his brand and his family. Yeah, but he like I said, he didn't do his research. If he did, he wouldn't. There's certain people you don't beef with, right? First of all, you're not supposed to be beefing with comedians in general, number one. But there's certain comedians I know I would not beef with. Corey Holcomb is one of them. Cat Williams is another one of them, right? And let's take the entertainment world. I wouldn't beef with 50 Cent. Like there's certain Floyd Mayweather. There's certain people I don't want beef with. Because I know when it comes to clapback season, they'll go to hell. They'll take it underneath purgatory if need be. You know, so he should have known this by now. But he's, like I said, Anton's the type, because he thinks he's cool. You know, I got some clout. I got a little bit of YouTube money. I think I'm somebody, right? They think they're somebody. And then they find themselves in this nonsense. What kind of dumbass you got to be? I'm going to go on Corey Holcomb's platform and I'm going to troll and I'm going to try to incite something. I'm going to instigate. And then not only that, I'm going to go on other people's platform and instigate more. You got to be a special type of stupid to do that. to any comedian, mind you, any comedian, let alone Corey Holcomb. I'm talking about of all people, man. Oh my God. Where are your advisors? Where are your counsel people? Where are your counsel the people that's giving you mentorship? Because even if you're in your 40s, you could still get mentorship. Somebody should have been told, like, hey, nah, don't roll up in Cali on some nonsense. Be respectful, bro. In fact, don't bring the side chick. Go there by yourself. Right? Yeah, these people, they don't have no counsel. They don't have no type of humility. Somebody said, like, he was politically incorrect and honest, but so funny. Even NPCs had to let him rock. Same with Patrice. There's certain people that they're already used to Corey's, his style. They're not even shocked when they see, like, Corey Holcomb says this about such and such. Corey Holcomb calls out his daughter for being a 304. He has no limits. So the normies, they're not even shocked. They already know what Corey's about. They know. So there's certain, like, us, consistency pays off. That's what I will tell you. You see how Draymond Green be talking to those refs, and people are like, why do Draymond Green never get ejected for talking to the refs like he do? Consistency pays off. He always does this. They're so used to it. Yeah. Your advisors, yeah, you ain't. Hey, man, what your counsel? You need some. He clearly, whoever his team is, or whatever how smart he thinks he is,
I'm familiar, and of course, people were sending it to me yesterday and all of that, right? They were sending me everything that was being said about my daughter and my wife and all of that stuff, right? And so the thing that I try to tell people on a regular basis is this: never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, let your emotions make you make illogical decisions. We are a thinking people now. We are evolving. We are no longer subjecting ourselves to the same rules as the streets, as the culture.
So this is, when I heard him say this, I was like, oh, this nigga planning a sue. That as soon as I heard this. And then on top of that, this is very familiar language, because I remember after the situation with Ari Spears and Zoe Williams on Corey Holcomb's platform, when Vlad TV, he did an interview with Vlad TV, and Vlad asked Ari Spears about the situation, and Ari Spears was saying basically the exact same thing that Anton is saying right here. So I'm like, oh, he's planning to sue, like, oh, like the hoe that he is.
As the thing that we criticize the most. So I'm gonna just say this. I'm not gonna make it a long thing. I'm gonna be very, very clear, and we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna address it again. All right. So here's the thing. Since the beginning of time, I've always, my number one thing in life, above all, when I made the decision that I wanted to have a kid, and I said that I was only gonna have one kid because I wanted to make sure that I poured every single resource that I.
Interesting. So Timothy Taylor says Angry Man had Anton's back until Tuesday. He don't want Corey looking into his dirt. Look, there's certain people you don't want beef with. Because I did see something where Angry Man was sticking up for Anton. I'm shocked that he dropped Anton like a bad habit that quick. He probably saw Corey's response and he was like, damn, Corey really ain't got no filter like that. Let me chill. He made a what Deion Sanders be saying, the business decision. He made a business. Angry Man made a business decision right there. By the way, there's a lot of people that are actually on Anton's side, and they're still saying that Anton brought this upon himself. Like, I'm talking about, none of them condone what Corey said, but they're like, it's Corey. What did you expect? You can't play victim now. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, Corey didn't even hold back on his own daughter for going against him. Put her on full blast. put her on full. People might have. I don't know if people watched that episode because I watched every single Corey Holcomb live stream ever since college, basically. Ever since I was in college. So I haven't missed a stream. But dude, the people should know this. And it looks like, I'll say this, it looks like the public, it looks like Anton Daniels, a lot of Anton Daniels fans, they already knew the damage that Corey can put, more than Anton. I gotta leave that comment up because he's an angry man had Anton's back until Tuesday. Angry man made a business decision, man. Yep, bad counsel. Somebody should have already told Anton, chill. And then the problem is because Corey Holcomb is such a niche comic, he has fans. There are famous people that are fans of his. They can't say that they're fans of his, but they are. And now you've already ostracized yourself from that. Some people they're not really good at reading the room. they're not good at reading the room. I'm going through a similar situation right now in my personal life. Oh my God. But anyways. Mr. Gray Fox says you can't play victim, but you can play lawsuit. Yeah, but we already knew he was trying to look for any excuse to sue. That's why when he's talking about, well, Corey didn't meet him outside. No, because he is suing type of nigga. He's Anton is one of those dudes. This is the stuff that black people complain about white people for doing, where you'll have a white dude or a white woman, they'll instigate a situation. And then when push comes to shove, when the black person or the person of color finally snaps, they play victim and sue. Small hats, they do the same thing. So this is the stuff that black people would complain about white people for doing. So that's another thing on this channel. I always say, be careful on who you're hating on. You can become the very thing that you despise the most in the person, right? Shout out to Shannon Sharp with that quote. Shout out to Shannon Sharp, So Anton is becoming the thing that he despised the most, or what many of his fans despise the most, in instigating as ninja. And now you're going to play lawsuit. In Too Deep he says, I've been a fan of Corey since 95. Like, I didn't know about the 5150 show until 2016 or 2017. Because I would just watch his comedy and I would just be like, oh man, this guy's a monster comic. But I would see in the comment section 5150. I'm like, what the fuck is 5150? And then the algorithm just happened to bless me one day. It just happened to bless me. I really wish before I went into high school, I saw those 2012 episodes. If I saw those episodes going into high school, my life would have been in a whole different trajectory, in my opinion. There's certain things I would have done. But anyways, that's a whole other story. I don't want to get sidetracked on that. He says Anton being an anti-Democrat trying to sue Corey in a California Democrat courtroom won't work. Yeah, that's what he doesn't understand too with that. Oh, so I'm Aaliyah K. She says, wait, how are you in a similar situation on not being able to read the room? There are certain people in my personal life. What happens is I tend to be a easy target for normies because when I come in the room, I don't look like shit. I dress bad, like, it's only like I literally look like nothing. And the normies will tend to shit on me, right? I don't want to talk. This is a situation that's happened. I'm talking about yesterday of somebody that could not read the room, right? We have a guy. He's coming. Fuck. I'll say the situation. We had a guy that came in, and he was trying to little brother me and trying to take control, which was fine because I came there just to work. But he didn't understand that the other musicians in that room, they have a lot of respect for me. So he kind of put himself in the back foot, and he was messing up on the easy song. So they were like, you know what, Chris, you're lead keys now. That's what happened yesterday. So I'm gonna just leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone. But that has happened, like even in my personal life, even when I was, younger. You'll have dudes go out their way. They don't think I'm shit. They talk crazy. Then it'll be like the jock, whoever's the captain of the team. They come to me, they give me a dap, and they're literally with me, and they're like, "Oh, Chris, who you with?" I've seen that way too many times, right? I just don't say anything. But there's certain people, they just can't read they can't read the room. Like, I'm like, this one, he came in yesterday, and like, if you're gonna come in as lead, you can't be messing up, right? I had to learn that, mind you. I had to learn that the hard way, right? But he was coming in. If there's any pianists or keyboardists in the chat, please listen to me real quick. If you're playing keyboard, if you're playing piano, especially if you're playing with a really good bass player, when you're using your left hand, your voicings cannot be on the lower end. You're going to be muddying the bass player. Your voicings have to be up. Your voicings, you need to know what you're doing when it comes to your voicings with your left and your right hand on the higher end of the keyboard. Don't try to dictate the bass line, nigga. Right? Don't do that. And I'll say this: my weakness as a musician is sometimes I'm not always available in terms of when it comes to not being available for certain shows. So I've missed out on opportunities. That's like my weakness. But some other people's weakness, they come in and they think they're gonna dictate, and then they don't end up being as strong as a performer as they thought. And they're in a room full of there's two veterans in the room that are like highly respected musicians, and they're already looking at you like, bruh. And now they're looking at me like, Chris, you're gonna have to take lead for this show. And I'm like, fuck. I wasn't even looking to do that. But some people, they think they're doing, I'm talking about, they think they're doing well in the room. And I'm just like, I'm literally just scratching my head. I'm like, golly. When it comes to first impressions are everything, bro. I'm talking about first impressions are everything. I've learned that the hard way, right? Trust me. But there's some people, I'm like, y'all should, after a certain point, you gotta, and then if you're, like I said, and if you're lead, if you're already coming into the job and you're the lead, if you're the lead keyboard, say if you're playing with two keyboard players, right? If you're lead, you have to know the music. It's not even a debate. You got to already know everything on the playlist. I came in, I didn't know half of the stuff because I thought I was just going to be casual. I thought I was just going to be ox. This dude came in and he didn't know his stuff, right? And it's not a diss to him. I'm just saying some people, they don't, he thought, like, I was looking at him and then I was looking at everybody else in the room, and they're just like scratching their head like, oh fuck, we gonna be fucked in his next performance. So Broski texted me, one of the musicians texted me, he's like, Chris, you're playing lead. You're gonna be lead keys for that performance. I was like, all right. Wasn't looking to do that, but all right. Now, mind you, same situation today. I lost a gig today because I wasn't available. Same day. So this is not me bragging about myself. I'm just telling you, you could same way how you can gain a job, same way you can lose a job, right? For not being available. let me see something here. It says some piano players who play at churches with no bass player or lead guitar player can't play with the full band without stepping on toes. Yeah. Some people, that's how I've been able to survive, because I know how to kind of fit in. Like, mind you, I don't have no chops. I have no chops when it comes to playing keyboard. Like, I can't solo at all. I be trying, but I can't. So I always be like, nah, I'm good. But a lot of the times, a lot of the musicians, they prefer being the soloist and just me just doing that. So that's how I've gotten a lot of gigs like that. So you got, if you can just fit in sometimes it's fine. You don't have to be the domineering person in the room. Sometimes you can just fit in, and then you can find your way. You can gain, then you can then eventually gain your respect. But some people, they can't read the room, because he was just going in, shit. Like, and because I could just see it in everybody's eyes. They're just like, nah. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, he don't see it. He don't see it. You know what I mean? But reading the room is very paramount. Very, 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 very paramount. He said, they gonna jump you next time. I'll help you, bro. nah, man.
I could into the kid, right? And that is the purest thing that we can do, is that we can take care of our children. Our children are the ones that are our future. Now, I'll give you a little bit of insight for those of you that may not be familiar with my daughter.
Exactly. So that's happened. So Timothy Taylor says lead guitar players love playing with keyboard players who don't solo. That's what's happening. He's describing my life. That's why lead guitarists love playing with me. They're like, oh, this is a perfect match. Right. And then when it's time, like I said, when it's time for the solos, or because I could still improvise, right? But if you can master the art of not stepping on people's toes, even if you're not the strongest of keyboard players, people will remember you, and they'll be like, okay, I remember you did this, and you can do that. And if you don't, be messing up. If you're making chords, if you ask them, okay, what chords you comfortable with and stuff like that, even with the rhythm guitar players, right? I gained a friend last night because we play similarly, right? And I was able to allow him to be flexible in what he's able to do. But being the lead at whatever, whether it be lead guitarist, keyboard player, whatever, being the lead doesn't mean you're just the dominating. So some people, they're not adept at that. I really hope these people are not listening, because there's some of these people, they be listening to my lives.
USA team, at different points throughout the year, she's usually ranked about number 2 or number 3 in the country. Junior Olympian, probably has close to over 325 medals.
He's talking about his daughter right now and her accomplishments,
which 200 and maybe 80 of them.
And shout out to her. She's doing good.
Our gold, has traveled across the world representing our country, and it's probably the sweetest soul that I personally know. Now, of course, we can be a little bit biased, because all of our kids are the sweetest things to us. Those of us that are in our kids' lives and that are participating in our children's lives. But a very, very accomplished minor child, meaning that she's still a child. And one of the things that I tell my daughter every single day is that I want you to stay in a child's place. I never want you to grow up too fast. I never want you to be out here doing things that you're not supposed to do, because you have an expectation on your life. And so the thing that I've always done is try to protect my daughter against the world, from the world. And what this has shown me is that eventually all of our children, and she is still a child because she is an underage child, all of our children eventually will have to see how ugly the world is. All of them. Regardless of how we feel, regardless of what happens, all of our children will have to see what the world is. What we as parents are supposed to do is protect them as long as possible, until they have to see what the world does, right? So this is what I'm gonna say. My focus right now, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get into the show. My focus right now is trying to figure out the psychological damage, impact, and trauma that has been done to my daughter.
So this is lawyer talk. Emotional distress, psychological trauma. I don't know how she's able to experience all these things in less than what? It couldn't be no more than 3 or 4 hours, because what was she did she watch the 5150 show at the time? Because I'm just gonna assume that she was asleep, then went to school, and then somehow in that 3 or 4 hour period, she found out about what was said. I don't know how. First of all, teenagers don't even watch the 5150 show, but so in that 4 hour period, this is what she experienced. I don't know how you're able to come up with that in such a short period of time. And it's interesting now. You was talking all that tough ish. Now you're talking about psychological trauma and emotional distress. I don't like these words that you're using, sir. Oh man, you know what this remind me of? What's that scene from Menace to Society? I got to load it up. Remember that scene from Menace to Society?
See, y'all made me shoot your stupid ass over nothing. Hey, come on, man. We supposed to be brothers. Oh, what, you trying to get smart? Nigga, are you trying to kick some knowledge? Nigga, fuck that, nigga. Give me your motherfucking jury, nigga. Take that shit off. Oh, you got a page too? You're baller, huh? You're baller? You're this motherfucking shit. Better me than the motherfucking cops, nigga. Hey, what's up?
Yo, that's funny to me, man. That's funny, man. That scene is always that might be the funniest scene in Menace to Society. We supposed to be brothers, man. Man, Tom, we not trying to hear that right now, man. You was talking that tough-ish. I'm talking about that good-ish. Panda Man says, stop that. Proselytizing. I hope I'm saying it right. Yeah, it's just we're really not trying to hear that. Timothy Taylor says, if Anton's daughter was extremely hurt, like he's saying, his emotions would be violent, not throwing up white flags. Facts.
I pulling her out of school, early therapy, making sure that she is protected.
He said he had to pull her out of school, and I brought her to therapy. So you did all of this in a 2 hours, can't be no more than a 4 hour span. 3 to 4 hour span. Can't be no more than that. You did all of that to quote unquote protect her. This dude really is a scammer.
Early therapy, making sure that she is protected, trying to see what the fallout will be as far as her having to be removed from some of her competitions because of a lot of different things, including online bullying and psychological damage.
Online bullying, psychological. She doesn't even have an Instagram. I don't even think she has an Instagram. They pulled up that picture from your account. This is what you posted. You posted her. Nobody knows what her Instagram account is or if she got a Twitter or whatever. And even if she does, she's not talking about the stuff that you're talking about. Really, this is why I'm like, oh, you capping. This is like I said, this is all lawyer talk.
There's a lot of fallout from what happens to my daughter's life because she is so accomplished. She has some of the greatest schools in the United States of America that has been seeking her out, scholarships, looking for her to join the team. She is on track to be a United States Olympian. She was supposed to be possibly in the next Olympics. And I don't know how damaging this is to her psyche. I don't know.
This is whole ass nigga talker right here. He's lying. This is all things that he's trying to set up for the lawsuit.
Who knows? This can be a lifetime of damage. We don't know what butterfly effect things that we do to our children. And the one thing that most black fathers.
No, I don't want to hear that black father stuff. Stop. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Corey Holcomb put you on the spot. He said, "Would you consider yourself a black man?" No, I'm a Christian first. I'm a Christian first. Oh, really? Now you want to bring up, I'm a black father. Come on, man. Let's not do that. You was just saying F the community, F this, F them kids, all that. Shout out to Amalia K. She says he's using his social security voice. Facts. He's using his indoor voice now. Yeah, that's all. Yo, facts. That's a bad look for him. He said Anton will fight Corey physically over his Republican talking points, but won't fight Corey over his daughter. Facts. This is how I know he's capping about this whole nonsense about psychological and physical. If you really about it for your daughter, it's not even a, it would be like news about damn Anton went missing. It would be Anton taking a first class flight to Cali, right back to where he was, and him knocking on 5150 show and asking for the fade right then and there. Remember what Matt Barnes did when he was mad? Remember when Matt Barnes wanted to fight Derek Fisher? What he did? He drove. It's because he was mad for real. Matt Barnes was mad for real. This right here, this is that nonsense right here. That lawyer-ish. This that whole shit right here. Yeah, bruh's all over the place. And they said now Corey's stopping his kid from making the Olympics. I don't know why I'm like, why are you mentioning all of this? I'm like, this is all for his lawyer. This is all for the lawsuit. This is crazy work right here, man.
Try to do is they try to make sure that their children are protected. That's what we do. As fathers, we don't really care what happens to us, right? Because that's just life.
He said Anton is doing the biggest capping I've ever seen. Facts. It's interesting. Like I said, what Timothy said. You were willing to fight. You said you wanted to fight Corey physically. You wanted the fair one with him over some Republican talking points. Over Republican talking points. But you don't want to. You don't want the fair. Now you don't want the fair one no more. Now you're talking about. He's talking about court. Over your daughter? Now you talking about court? Nah, come on now.
We never, ever can imagine what would happen to our underage children. No matter what happens to us, we don't want anything. For those of us that are in our daughter's lives, we don't want anything to happen to our children.
He didn't threaten your kid. He just said she was ugly. So I don't know what this first of all, if he were to sue, I don't know what he would get him for. I don't know, because he can't get him for defamation. I guess calling somebody ugly would classify. I don't know if that classifies as defamation, but I don't know what the case would be here. But it's clear here, very clear here. He's trying to set up a case. That's what he's trying to do.
Under no circumstance. And so I don't know. I think that a lot of people don't really understand the impact. And I'm speaking to all of us, for all of us. We don't always know what the impact is to our children. We don't know the psychological damage, the emotional damage, the wreck that happens in their lives when other people go after children. I thought that children was off limits. But
children has never been off limits with you, Anton. And then on top of that, for you to platform a guy like a Charleston White who said reckless stuff about like actual kids. I don't know what you're talking about now. Anton Daniels is famous for saying F them kids. So I don't want to hear that ish right now.
I guess not. So my number one concern, and I'm going to say this, and again, this is for all of the civil, awesome Black people out there and people in the United States of America that want to ensure that their children are protected. My number one goal is to always try to figure out how I can protect my underage child.
You should have thought about that before going at Corey or any other people. What happens is because Anton Daniels has been on camera disrespecting like NBA players and these professional athletes. Usually what happens, particularly with the NBA players, they tend to spare the peons like the Anton Daniels, because whatever those NBA players do, they're going to be wrong. So if they don't smack them, or sorry, how about that? I'll say it like this. If they don't say anything about them, they're a bitch. But if they do say something about them, they're a bully. So they're kind of those NBA players, they're kind of put in a lose-lose situation. right? Or athletes, particularly black male athletes, they're put in a lose-lose situation in general. They can't really smack people or really instill the fear of God in them like they can if the laws permitted them to, right? Because they already know they're gonna get sued. Even if they say something, they're at risk of getting sued. So most of the time, you'll see those NBA athletes, particularly with Anton Daniels when he was talking about those people on Gilbert Arenas podcast. They basically gave him a pass. They're like, whatever, this little thing, whatever, right? They gave him a pass. But the problem is when you give people like this the illusion of, oh, I can talk this fire, and they're not doing nothing to me. They think they can really talk to anybody. Then they run up on the wrong one or the right one, some would say. And they're shocked at the clapback. This is what happens when you're not really used to people really putting that work on you, putting that real pressure on you. Into Deep said Anton said reckless things about LA cats and they go after family, bro. And I've noticed who Anton Daniels is, really. He's the DJ Academics type, right? He might, like, Anton might say some things that are true from time to time, but he's the DJ Academics type. He can't be trusted. He's a mouth. Like, he's what did Erykah Badu called DJ Academics Jerry from Tom and Jerry. It's just like Anton is of that same ilk. No matter if he says something true, you cannot trust this man because he's a quote unquote, what do he call himself? A bag chaser. What kind of grown man calls himself a bag chaser?
My underage child. That's all I care about. I could have never imagined in 1,000 years the psychological damage and the impact, the cries that I had to hear, you know?
That nigga lying. She don't want your 17-year-old daughter does not watch no 5150 show, man. Stop it. This is crazy, man.
My immediate concern was, oh my God, who do I call? But I couldn't call anybody because everything was closed at the time. So immediately pulling her out of school, immediately making sure that I go and assess the damage, trying to figure out if we're able to get her into the same competitions. Coming up, she literally just texted me probably less than 48 hours ago. All of the different competitions that she had lined up for this year. We were supposed to go to Great Britain. We were supposed to go to a lot of places.
Pisces Hayes says she loves her some Erykah Badu. I don't, but I like her music. Like, I don't like her personally, but she makes good music. She puts out good music, so she gets a pass a lot of the times on this channel, right? Oh man, past the joint pods. He says we probably gonna lose those Olympics, dogs. The world hates us. Yo, I'm surprised we still have this World Cup this year. I'm surprised we still have this World Cup, man. I'll say this: a lot is gonna change post World Cup. I've talked about what's the changes that's gonna happen post World Cup, but anyways, back to the main topic.
I don't know if we can still do that. I don't know if that's possible because I don't know if she has the, their brain isn't even fully developed. Literally.
Oh, by the way, Pisces Hayes, you a walking red flag. Pisces Hayes. She said, "I love you, Erykah Badu." Oh no, I already know what time it is. I'm not gonna let you ruin my life. Timothy Taylor 9835 says his daughter watches Kai Cenat, Drewski, and Speed, not Corey Holcomb and Craig Facts. Like, this is and then who's the other female streamers? Because the female streamers, women be watching them too. I forgot what these people's names are. I can't think of their names. What's the light skinned chick? Yana, right? Yeah, they be watching Yana, Speed, yeah, everybody that you just named, kick streamers and Twitch streamers. They ain't watching no Corey Holcomb 5150 show. By the way, Corey Holcomb is shadow banned. I don't know how how a teenager would be able to watch a 5150 show. There's no way. This dude lying his ass off. He said the cries was from him. Yeah, this dude, yeah, he was crying. The daughter probably was like, "What you crying about, Dad?" I bet you, man. I bet you. Pisces was laughing at that comment. But yeah, I bet you he was crying, not the daughter, please. Yeah. He's the brain is never fully developed. Like I said, this is everything that you're hearing from Anton. He's just trying to set up a case. Now, I don't know what lawyer is going to take that case. I don't know what lawyer is going to take that case. I'd be shocked. Anton's probably going to look for, I don't know, maybe he'll look for Corey's enemies and see if he can get something. But let me see. He says, well, looks like we lost the 50. Oh, no, 5150 show ain't going nowhere. 5150 show ain't going nowhere. He likes, what's his name? Anton would like to try, but that's not going to happen. She could try, but people are always going to want that truth. I don't care what lawsuit comes the way. It's always going to be a 5150 show. As long as you got a phone, you can make content. And at the end of the day, we trying to hear what Corey Holcomb has to say. I'm Aaliyah K says the cries he heard was from him. He cried in the car. Yeah, that's he was probably crying in the car. And the girls is and the women in his household, which is his wife and his daughter, was like, "What's wrong with this dude? Why this nigga crying?" They had to console him. So I don't know what I don't know what he's on. Oh, never mind. I got a text. Anyways.
So crazy. She had just sent me her pictures, her senior pictures, and
yeah, he was crying. This just confirmed it right there. I don't know what this story has to do with anything. Her sending her senior pictures. He was crying. Yep. I know you guys were joking, but I actually legitimately think that he was really crying. He said, Timothy Taylor says, I thought conservatives are against the victim mentality and playing the race card. Look, when push comes to shove, people are gonna revert back to default settings. And with Anton Daniels, his default settings is hoe. He's a hoe. That's what he is. That's his default settings right there. Yeah, best he can do is defamation, but that'll be an interesting precedent to set. If to call somebody ugly would be seen as a defamation. That would be funny to me. Pisces Hayes says, a lawyer that wants that money, you can file a lawsuit for someone for looking at you for too long. Winning is something different. He's not going to win. Facts. Like, he can file. He's not going to win. But yeah, you're right. You can file. Pisces is already guys, I don't know any regular watchers of this channel. Pisces is already smarter than Andrew Wilson. And by the way, Andrew Wilson, he didn't know that a divorce isn't a lawsuit. Oh, Lord have mercy. But anyways, we'll see who takes the case. We'll see. I'll be shocked. I don't think it's not going to be, because he hangs because he says his residence and his place to stay is in Detroit or in the Detroit area. We don't know if it's actually Detroit. He could be lying about that as well. But I don't. Yeah, they ain't no lawyer in Michigan. Is going to take that case if he really wants to take it seriously. I don't know who's going to take that case. It's got to be like a real money hungry, greedy, Californian lawyer with like an axe to grind with the people that run the Coin Academy or something. Well, no, he would have to know because he can't sue the Coin Academy. He would be suing Corey Holcomb. So never mind. Yeah, so no, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing there because I was thinking about the Coin Academy, but but in for the lawsuit to even go through, it would be Corey Holcomb directly. So I don't even know how that's going to work.
She had also sent her schedule. Literally, this was yesterday at 10:22 p.m. At 10:22 p.m. Let me show you. See that? See the schedule? The tentative. See how it says tentative schedule? Leslie Daniels right here. She was sending me her tentative schedule for the calendar year. I don't know if she'll be able to do that.
Yeah. Anyways, shout out to Pyro with the $5 super chat. I'm sorry, I never have these clips ready to go when when I needs to be.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Pyro says, I noticed that I see Sky Daddy non-believers are also debate me bros themselves. I am shocked because normies be complaining about them too. Yeah, the atheists are those are the guys that I saw that they were always trying to debate everybody when I was growing up. But now the opposite. Now we're dealing with the opposite. We're dealing with the conservatives or the traditional right. Now they want to be doing be all up in the videos, all in the records, all of that, right? Now they're the debate me bros. But the debate me bros growing up, they were the atheists. There were like very few. There wasn't a whole bunch of like Christian or religious right debaters. It wasn't a lot of them. It was a few of them, but it wasn't a whole lot of them. But you still got those atheists, those left-leaning atheist debaters that are still out there. Said Master Splinter will take the case. What do you mean by that, Barrymore? What do you mean by that? He said Master Splinter will take the case. What do you mean by Master Splinter? Says Timothy Taylor says Anton just going to make it worse. Picture all the men in the courtroom burst out laughing, watching Corey roast his face. That's what be happening. You ever or look? Don't try to. Anybody, I'll say this too for advice. If you guys, there's a reason why you'll have certain baby mothers. They won't take their hood ninja baby daddy to family court, particularly the ones where the woman made more than the man, and she lets some young punk knock her up. They end up being the laughing stock in the family court proceeding. So now imagine a regular court proceeding, just regular normie court, and then they put the video on. And they see Corey start roasting people. It's gonna be people in there laughing, and then it's gonna be people laughing at you. It's gonna be it's gonna be a cute stenographer in there, the cute young pretty stenographer in there, and you gonna lose the case. That's gonna be a real bad look, man. I said this, man, when I made the swap list. I didn't know the swap list was going to strike this early with Anton. I would have never thought the swap list was going to strike this early. Anton's going to make himself look like a fool. And on top of that, he's going to be losing because now, especially when you mention about Angry Man, there's going to be a lot of people. They're just going to the people that claim to be friends of Anton's. I'm seeing even a lot of them. I'm seeing O'Shea, Duke Jackson. They're distancing themselves from this guy because they don't want to get into Corey Holcomb's warpath. Pulling a Drake is not the way. Yeah, Drake lost a lot of respect from me. Well, I didn't even have much respect for Drake in the first place, but he definitely lost a lot of respect from me when you try to drop a lawsuit because you losing a rap beef. So now you're gonna drop a lawsuit. You're gonna put a lawsuit on a dude. Really? That's or sorry, drop a lawsuit. What on Universal? Oh man, this is Jesus Christ, man. When I saw that whole lawsuit nonsense with Drake, I was like, this is why I don't fuck with this nigga, man. This thing, like, imagine proving all the stereotypes right. Because remember, Drake is he's a half small hat. He's half black and he's half small hat. So I'm like, thank you for proving all the stereotypes true. Now, mind you, when he was winning with his beefs with, with Meek Mill and some other people, I was hearing nothing about no lawsuit. He said Ninja Turtle had Anton. Pisces Hay says Andrew Wilson is an odd little fella. I'm not surprised. You see, guys? Pyro, are you seeing this? I told you from the outside looking in, Andrew Wilson's going to look crazy to everybody else. I told you. I told you. Andrew Wilson never going to be respected ever again. I knew it. I this is why I try to distance myself from certain people. Because now people going to tie Andrew Wilson to me. People going to tie Anton Daniels to me. I'm like, nah, I'm not them. I'm not them. He said Futon is not defending his wife. Yeah, that was very telling right there. And he was Corey Holcomb was more disrespectful about his wife, like way more disrespectful about his wife than his daughter. Like way more disrespectful. Even I remember later on in the show, Corey Holcomb was talking about wigs. He was like, look, I know something, I could hook you up. I know a bad bitch that makes some cold ass wigs. She could hook you up. She said she could hook you up, Rita. I was like, that's crazy work. He said, Mr. For your sister. He says, anybody with a brain and who is not willing to go full effort should not mess with Corey. That's why it's it's the same thing with like people like 50 Cent. I don't know why people want to beef with guys like that. The only person that went to war with 50 Cent and can actually come out and say, the beef did nothing to me, is Floyd Mayweather. That's the only person. And they were like Floyd Mayweather and 50 Cent. They're like frenemies. If that's a term. They like each other, but they be going to war with each other like it's casual. It's like nothing to them. Everybody else should not be trying to go to war with 50 Cent. Same thing with Cat Williams and Corey Holcomb. Oh yeah, Drake he's remember that video of Drake? I think it was a video of Drake that came out, I think last year or this. Yeah, it was last year the video came out, and people were actually shocked to hear Drake's real voice, like his full his full Canadian accent, him talk when he was talking. People were so shocked. I was laughing at how shocked people were, and because I had just came from doing the music tour with some Canadian dudes myself, and they sound. I'm like, that's exactly how those Canadian they all sound like that. They're like, Drake sounds like that. I'm like, yeah, that nigga, he's an actor, bro. He's literally that's how he got in the game. He's an actor. You can't trust an actor.
I've invested millions and millions of dollars into the well-being of my child. She's broken. She's broken. So for
more lawyer talk, more case talk, more victim talk.
for me personally, I have to figure out what that looks like. And I'm willing to do anything to protect my child, to make sure that they get the best care possible, to ensure that hopefully she can recover from this. So that's all I have to say. I don't know what else y'all looking for. Any father understands. Any father understands what I'm saying. Any father that is in their child's life understands the impact. You know what your child feel like. You can sense it on them. You can feel it on them. You know what it feels like to take care of a sick child? You ever had a child that you had to sit with that had a fever, and then you had to break the fever because none of the medicine was working? Some of us have been there. That's what it feels like. It's like trying to break a fever, but you don't know what long-term damage that can make. Our entire life, we've done.
And what's interesting, if you look at Anton's chat, I know it's too small to see, but it was a lot of his fans that were just like, bro, do not play victim now. Basically, stop doing what you're doing, because they know what he's trying to prep up for a lawsuit. And even later on in the stream, you're gonna see him where he's like, well, I'm not going to show the full stream, obviously, but later on, you're even gonna see he's like, I can't believe this, chat. You guys are okay with a man growing after a underage woman, an underage child, saying something to an underage child? Is this where we at, Is this where we at, chat? It's like that, chat. Oh, man.
Everything to protect our child. Ensure that she's never, ever, ever needed anything whatsoever. Pray for me and my family. Pray for me, my wife, and my family. God bless. That's all I have to say about that. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. And at this point, I've been advised not to say anything else about it.
Exactly. So he says, I've been advised not to say anything else about it. So he's already talked to a lawyer. In that 4-hour span, or whatever 12-hour window, 10-hour window, he's already talked to a lawyer. Apparently, he's put his daughter in therapy. I don't know how you're able to do that. He's pulled his kid out of school. Even though kids don't watch 5150 Show, high schoolers, even college people don't watch 5150 Show. That's a show for grown. That's an adult show. Like, for real, like an adult grown show. So I don't know how he did all of this in that span, but for anybody that doubted the lawyer talk right here, when he says, I've been advised not to say anything more, that already confirms it. That should already be all the confirmation you need. He said 50 cents. Corey and Cat Williams, you need to have some commitment to do that. Yep. Nope. I would never. Not Cat Williams. He said, somebody said, by the way, did y'all see how short Nick Fuentes is? Yeah, he's half Mexican. No disrespect. I feel like I've been taking a lot of shots at Mexicans this week. I gotta stop. But Nick Fuentes is half Mexican, so that's not even a shocker. Let me see something here. I saw something else. Pisces Hayes says, like I've said, I was gonna call you PH, but I feel like that would be a disrespectful nickname. So she says, like I've said in many other chats, I'm not sure why all the crying. If this was me, I would actually expect this type of response from Corey. But he would have known that if he actually did his research. He's only watched clips of 5150 Show, right? That's what happens when you only watch clips. He says, the funny thing is, he said he has vested millions and millions on his child. Translation, Corey, I'm about to try and back up the Brinks truck. I mean, like I said, he could try. That shit not going to work. Corey would like say if Corey actually had $1 million, he would burn it first before he gave it to somebody like Anton. Somebody said, recover from this. What is this? What happened? But when people watch that clip, it should confirm everything, though. It really should. It should be the confirmation that everybody needs. All that you know, everybody will say, why didn't Corey go outside? This is why he didn't go outside. Look how quick he came to play victim when given the opportunity. Look how quick he was able to do. Look at how quick he was able to come up with all these lies. Right. I know people get we'll say because Corey Holcomb get mad when people be lying and stuff, but look how evil this guy is. How quick he was able to come up with this narrative. How quick he's able to set up these lies so he can prove a point or get some money. But like that's like people want to talk about this is out of pocket or this. No, this is out of pocket. Somebody said he did not talk to a lawyer that quick. He started the convo, and I guess his lawyer said, and I guessed his lawyer. So no. Yeah, you might be right on that. Maybe he's just putting that out there just to scare people. You could be right about that. You could be right about that. I could be wrong about that. Pisces Hayes says it's just hard to say Pisces Hayes. He says, "Oh, this is definitely legal talk." He said all the keywords. Yeah, exactly. Like these are all. People wonder Corey didn't want to go outside. I'm like, of course he did it. Of course he did. I remember the next day I came on there. I was like, I am so glad Corey Holcomb didn't go outside because we know. And by the way, I'll say this: if a ninja in glasses want to fight you, he'll take it off. Like if he's like for real, like if he's for real, he would have take his glasses. He would have taken his glasses off. Remember when Zoe got fed up with Aries Spears? He said, "You know what? I'm about sick of yo ish." He took them glasses smooth off, and I was like, "Uh-oh." I saw that joint live too. He took them glasses smooth off. Well, actually, no, I didn't see that one live. Never mind, I lied. I saw it on like basically the video came out like right when it happened. And then I saw the replay, and then TMZ had the live footage. But when I saw the video and I saw Zoe took off them glasses like this here, I had enough of yo ish. I was like, uh-oh. That's the universal sign. If a ninja with glasses, that he's for real. If he takes his glasses off, slams it on the table, especially if he slams it on the table. That's how you know. Somebody said PH. Yeah. I because usually like I can't because I'm not really that good at reading, so I tend to abbreviate names that I can't really pronounce that well. So I was like, okay, I see Pisces, Hayes, and I was like, okay, PH. I'm like, then I thought about it. I was like, no, that's terrible. That's a terrible nickname. He says, we see eye to eye, and I'm 4'11". Oh, Lord. Yeah, like I said, Anton's a short, fat dude. I don't know what he's talking about. Who's he finna beat? Who's he gonna beat up? It's not that it's just because you can be short and still be athletic, but he has like no semblance of athleticism, muscle tone, nothing. I don't know who's he gonna beat up. Who's he gonna even lay a hand on? P. Hayes, yeah, I could. Nah, I can't do that either. No, that's not gonna work. P. Hayes is not gonna work. P. Hayes is not gonna work. B. Ball, GZ1, WR. This guy and Stephen A. Snitch are the same person. No. I'm gonna say like this. Well, Steve, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I would compare Anton Daniels to the sleazeball DJ Academics. But I have a little bit more respect for academics than an Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels is just, you know. Mr. For Your Sister says he's really mad because the world knows he's another MAGA boy with the side chick. Yeah, another MAGA boy that's not practicing what he preaches. It's really few people that really stand on who they are. Very, 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 very few people. Oh, you remember the storage? Yeah, the storage, the old 5150 storage. Oh, you okay with P Hayes? All right, I'll get. All right, I wouldn't. Oh man. So Stacey Harris says, Chris Mike, I like your perspective. I just subscribed. Looking forward to more of your content. Hey, shout out to you. Thank you for the subscription, man. You know, do I got a soundbite for that? No, I do not. No, I do not. All of my sound bites, I got a lot of Umar Johnson. I got Simon Nkwangela, the pastor from Uganda. I got his sound bite. I got Country Wayne sound. I gotta get like a congrats sound bite or something like that. So Pisces Hayes, oh, okay, P Hayes, she says, you sound articulate to me. You seem like you read a lot. When I was younger, I can't really, especially when it comes to music, man, I was looking at that shit. Somebody tried to give me sheet music, I think 4 months ago, and I was looking at that, like I'm learning. I've had to relearn how to read music, and it's been the most. It's been the hardest thing that I've done in the past couple of years. But yeah, somebody had gave me some sheet music to read on the spot, and my hands were shaking. So remember when Anton Daniels was talking about Corey's hands were shaking or something, but he was just assuming he was shaking out of fear. But when I was shaking, that was out of fear for real. Let me see. Absolutely nothing. Any guys that says he fights friends and family on a regular basis, you got to question. Girls, I will say particularly with him and Brandon Jamal, the guy that does the single mom song. Mind you, I like him, but I keep hearing suspect stories about what he did, him having to sue his own cousin because his own female cousin put his hands on him. I'm like, look, I'm not saying they not being foul to you, but there's no way I'm gonna fight. Like, look, there's no way I can never see myself fighting my female cousins ever. I don't care what they say to me. And I've had like even younger female cousins they've annoyed me, and I've said some things back when I was in high school, but I can never see myself in terms of where I say something back to them and then they got to put their hands on me. There's no way. Somebody said P Hizzy. Yeah, I'll say, you know what? Thank you, Pisces. Thank you for that. I'll just call you Pisces for now. Yeah, that'll work. That's better for me. Pisces works. No, I can't say fish. This nigga said fish. That's disrespectful as hell. He said it's too long. Now my brain cannot feel it. Yeah. Yeah, now he claims black when he needs help. He Damn, that's another soundbite that I need. I'm a black man and I don't know how to preach no congregation, and I'm too small to be a football player, and I'm too ugly to be a mayor. That's from an old movie from like the 70s. I forgot the name. I forgot what that movie is called. That's from an old play ass movie. But when I open up that TV and I see all them fancy cars that they driving, and I get so filled up with ambition. Now, what am I supposed to do with this ambition that I got? I haven't seen that movie in like 10 years, mind you. Like since high school. Holy crap. Oh man. Yep. Mr. For your sister says, I have a rule and it's my rule. I will not fight or argue with friends or family. I'm not about that life, but I'm evil and petty. I will just take the L and keep the peace. Same here. I'm like Sergeant Dokes from Dexter. That's me, bro. That's me. I'm Sergeant Dokes from Dexter. I'll whatever. I go to my little family reunion, or I'll go to, or even one of these Juneteenth events I got to do, and I'll be with the ladies, and I'll just let them say what they want. It's fine. I'll just let them be. Chris, did you vote? Nah. Chris, didn't you're? Oh, I don't feel like it. I'm not gonna explain myself. I'm just keep the peace. Relax. You're not even supposed to, when these things come up with your family, you're not even supposed to bring it up. Politics, any controversial things. Somebody says, I wish Anton would have said it again. That moment haunts me. Nah. Anton, he knows better. When Corey was right in his face, he didn't pull it. It was funny. Anton said, he was like, I'll say it again. I'll say it again. And then Corey's like, no. Let's switch seats. He told D, let's switch seats. I'm like, here we go. Here we go. Anyway. He said, I can see Jason Whitlock Jr. running for mayor. He fits that profile. I think, was that Dolomite? That was Dolomite. There's no, it was Richard Pryor. Yeah, Gene Wilder. Yep, it was Dolomite. Thank you. I'm like that. Because it just the scene popped in my head. And I was like, what movie was that? That's a old classic player movie. It says, does anyone have a real fact about the Black Panther guy? I like what they're saying, but I'm on the fence. I need some facts. I meant running for mayor. Look, I don't trust nobody doing politics. Nobody. That's how I do it. Now you can have your like I said, you can have your opinion on that. But when it comes to that politics, even on the local level, I know they were talking about on the local level, but I've seen certain people grow up, or I saw them in their younger years before they got into local office, and I already know they're bought and paid for. So even at the local level, your sheriffs, your judges, right? They're already bought and paid for. Even as well. And I'm not, whether it's wrong or right, I'm just telling you, that's what it is. Like, if you really want to make a difference in politics, what you have to do is you need to get some money, and then you need to raise up somebody that make sure, because remember, Barry, President 44, he was raised around the Bush, those people, right? Those people are groomed to be where they need to be, right? You get some money with a group of other rich Black men or other rich people of your beliefs. You groom somebody to become what you need them to be. Once they get a little bit older, they start running for things, make sure they're financially taken care of. If they fuck up and they knock up a hooker, make sure you pay for them and make sure you cover for all their mistakes so they have a clean past, right? Do all of that, raise him up, make sure you pay for all of his campaigns, put him in that position, and then you have him pass certain legislation, or if he's a representative, he starts pushing things that fits in your best interests as the man with the money, as the man with land, all of that, right? That's how you can make politics work for you. But for the most part, we don't really have a say. You just have to hope there's people in power or there's people with money that believes in what you believe in. That's all you can hope. He said, I am 50. You watched so you know exactly what movie I was talking about. I watch a lot. Yeah. He said very few people are organically picked these days. Even the people in even when it comes to sports, it's not even the sports is not even organic anymore. Like a lot of these kids now that are getting picked, these are all kids or the children of former athletes or former professional athletes. So even when it comes to sports, there's no real meritocracy. That's not in the United States, especially not now. There's no meritocracy. The people that actually are that got what they got due to meritocracy, they get the most hate. Let's take sports for example. Sorry, let's take NFL football for example. The most hated NFL quarterbacks: Cam Newton, Lamar Jackson. Right? And particularly with Lamar Jackson, he's never done anything wrong, but he's not supposed to be where he's at. Lamar Jackson was supposed to drop. He was supposed to do a free fall in the draft. The Ravens went off script, traded back in the first round and picked him up. He was not supposed to go in the first round because Lamar Jackson made a mistake. Usually guys like that, they go into the NFL and they tell them, look, you got to change your position. Lamar was one of the few people that said, no, I'm not changing my position. They took offense to that. And when you do things a little bit off of what the plan is, you will get punished for that, usually financially. There's nothing organic. there's nothing, especially not in the United States. Everything is groom, pick, hand pick, select. It's not nothing organic out here. Oh Lord. So Amalia K says, I love Obeezy. Ask my mama. You're literally the polar opposite. I hate that ninja so much. This ninja ruined everything. Looking back. Let me see. Stacey Harris says, not to step off topic, but did any of you all see the Masters of the Universe trailer today? And what were your thoughts on it? I've been avoiding that ad because it's been everywhere. So I'll watch it. Yeah, AAU. It's messed up sports. Yeah, Shador, another he messed his particularly with Shador Sanders. His dad messed up. So his dad said, I'm gonna pull a Eli. And what people don't understand is the Mannings are plugged. What the Mannings were doing, they weren't even supposed to do that either. But Arch Manning is his family is connected. He has deep family roots. So he's able to gangster his way to do certain things and get away with it. Dion thought he could pull the same thing. And when those GMs or the owners, when they feel like you're trying to be bigger than the program, they will show you that you're not bigger than the program. Right? So Shador unfortunately had to suffer as well. There's nothing organic. Well, Shador, technically he was groomed to become a quarterback, but there's still a process you need to go through, right? And when certain people in power feel like you're skipping steps or you're not going through them directly, they will show you who's boss, right? Yep. He says, I'm so proud of Lamar and his mama. And then what people don't understand, the reason why Lamar gets hate and certain, sneak disses from the media is because he doesn't have an agent. His mom is his agent, right? So there's certain agents that you have to hire to make sure your PR is good, to make sure you're getting the most money. blase, and all that. Lamar Jackson was one of those people that were brave enough to be like, man, fuck all that middleman shit. I know what I deserve. I'm gonna do it myself. Now, when you do it like that, you risk bad PR. This is why, I remember somebody was mad at me when I said that this is why athletes pay off people in the media. This is why you got people like LeBron James, Michael Jordan. They pay off people in the media to make sure their PR stays pristinely clean, because most people can't see past it. They go off of whatever the TV tells them. They can't see that, oh, this guy just has bad PR, or this guy just doesn't have the right agent. This is why certain athletes get hated. This is why certain athletes get protected. It's all about agents, power, and money. But particularly the agents, right? B. Watkins says, to be fair, sports are a war of genetics, so inevitably former athlete sons will be athletes. This is true. But there's some great athletes in a whole lot of different sports that will never get the chances that they need to get. But anyway, salute to any warband members coming through. Salute to you guys.
So that's all I've been authorized to say. Had a couple emergency phone calls. The only thing that I can say at this point is that I can't say anything else about it. First, I need to go and make sure that my daughter is okay. And so it's a lot of tests. I'm not sure if she got to get pulled out of school for the rest of the year. This may affect her in that way. So I have to make sure that she's okay. She's no longer safe. Even going
safe? What are you talking about? Oh my God. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way.
Going to school anymore. We got to protect our babies. We got to protect our babies. Under no circumstances will I ever allow for my daughter to go under. Unfortunately for the majority of the community,
he's looking dead at that. She's looking at that chat and he's like, they're not on my side.
Fortunately, they don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the context. They don't have the resources to be able to invest in fixing. So a lot of times our community has to suffer.
I saw somebody in there in his chat says, so no more F them kids, right? Oh man, those, mind you, these are his fans. Those are not 5150 fans in the chat.
With the psychological trauma, and they have to grow up with that. I just so happen to be one of the people of the ilk that can make the adjustment to where I can hopefully try as best as I could to maybe get her at 70, 75, 80% at some point. She was on track to be an Olympian.
She said, go back to Anton. Yeah. Y'all not ready for my true views on politics. Yo, facts.
And I'm surprised at the community.
Ain't no rich dude. It's not, look, the rich people that might be clean, those are the ones like, those are like your upper middle class. They might be clean, but in terms of the real money, if you want to make some real money, it's dirty money. This is what didn't Diddy have something called Dirty Money Records or something? He just Diddy used to flaunt his degeneracy right in front of our faces. It's the funniest thing. He had like a song called Dirty Money or Dirty Money Records. He had a label called Dirty Money. It was either a song or a record label called that, and it was ran by Diddy. Man, for some reason it's a lot of memories I just been tapping into in the stream. Yeah, talking about she about to be an Olympian. And like, if she is about to be an Olympian, shout out to her. But say if everything he just said is true, which is not, but say in opposite land, say if everything he just said is true, that means she has no business being an Olympian. If Corey just saying that she's ugly because of her dad is enough to do all of that, if that's true, then she can't. Then probably being a public athlete is not the best. You know what I mean? That's not the best way to go. Let me see. He says the better one LLC. He says I'm learning that, bro. Most people with long money are liars and thieves. Yeah, you know, like if we were to do like a long-term audit on how a lot of these people got their money, even if you go to LA, the amount of people, how about this? Forget people, just the amount of women that have gotten their houses just off of deception and lying to the family court judge just to get a house, just to get some money. What do you think the people in power or people with money are doing in terms of when it comes to controlling the media, controlling the housing market, controlling? If you see somebody with some money like that, where it's just like, yo, where the fuck did you get that money? Even some of the business practices that I've seen small hats have done, I'll be like, golly, you got to be a real evil type of MFer to come up with something like this. I found out about something that I was watching. What's that podcast called with the short black dude? The short, dark-skinned black dude, but he's a young dude. I think his name is the Poor Man's Podcast. I could be wrong. And he was talking about the downfall of Netflix. And they were talking about a specific practice that these companies will do to avoid paying taxes. So, or any type of basically to avoid paying any type of royalties or loyalties to the actors on Netflix, where or other companies were doing this practice where they would like get rid of all of these series and right before like the year deadline, so they would avoid having. I'm like, are y'all? There's like a tax involved with that, so they will literally completely gut the product to avoid to pay that, and they could actually claim it as a loss. It's like it's something evil. I'm like, only a small hat would come up with a method like that. I was like, there's no way. That's not like no regular white person can come up with something that evil. I'm like, you got to be a small hat. I think what's it called? A Poor Man's Podcast? Is that what the podcast is called? Let me see. Poor Man's Podcast. Is that what it's? Yeah, the Poor Man's Podcast reacts. You gotta watch this specific show that he just did. Let me see. Is it? Yeah, streaming lost the war, and they talked about something that they do on there. I was like, what?
Shows they won the battle, but not the war. That's for.
I don't know. Maybe should I find that? It was crazy. Yeah, the lost asset. This was crazy. I was like, only a small hat could come up with a business practice like this. There's also. I'd never heard of this in my life. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this right here. Bear with me for a second. This you got to hear this. You got to hear this.
HBO would rather erase their own masterpiece than pay the people who created it. But Westworld was just the beginning of
enough. Like, why would you do that though if you made the show?
Westworld cost HBO $10 million per episode. Their
Right
customers.
Yep.
Trust, once shattered, doesn't easily repair.
Yep.
But destroying customer relationships was just the warm-up act. What HBO did next shocked even industry leaders. The company spent millions creating Westworld.
Yeah.
Won Emmy nominations for it, then deleted it from their own platform to avoid paying royalties.
Dang, bro, is that what happened? I literally was just trying to watch Westworld. This is probably like last month. I was trying to watch Westworld, so I went to HBO Max because I thought that it was like an HBO Max exclusive. I thought that they were the ones that paid for the show and owned the show. I went on HBO Max and it wasn't even there anymore. I didn't even know that they took it off. Maybe I just don't understand the game enough. Like, why would you do that though if you made the show?
Westworld cost
right here. Pay attention, guys.
HBO $10 million per episode. 4 seasons, critical acclaim, awards buzz, a flagship series that defined the network's prestige brand. Then Warner Bros. Discovery deleted it. Gone. Vanished.
Why?
Like it never existed. The reason? Avoiding residual payments to the cast and crew. HBO would rather erase their own masterpiece than pay the people who created it. But Westworld was just the beginning of the content apocalypse. In February 2025, HBO Max removed 80 shows in a single day.
Bro.
Subscribers woke up to find their watch lists gutted.
Mhm.
Cartoon Network classics disappeared overnight too.
Yeah.
Shows that defined childhoods deleted to cut costs. Parents trying to share nostalgic cartoons with their kids found empty pages where beloved series used to be. The strategy they deployed is called content impairment. Remove shows from your platform, claim them as business losses, and get tax write-offs.
Wait. How is that even legal? How can you do that? How is that not?
Yeah, when I heard this, I was like, what? That's why they lost all them shows. I'm like, who would even come up with something like this to claim it as a lost asset? What? I was like, this can't be legal. I had the same exact reaction. I was like, there's no way that can be legal. this the stuff. I'm like, I turned it to Nick Fuentes. I'm like, only a small hat businessman could come up with some shit like this. I ain't never heard of this. At the expense of basically losing most of your audience, you're willing to do that just to avoid paying somebody what they owe. What? Man. I saw that. I was like, nah, this is some BS right here. Sorry, I had to show you that. I was like, when I saw that, it blew my mind. Yeah, B. Watkins says, you don't become powerful and rich being nice. Even the most honorable and valorous man in history had to be cunning and brutal. Yeah, at one point, you got it. Yeah. He said his daughter is a very beautiful young lady. I feel bad she caught strays, and I wish the worst for Corey, but not his family. But the thing is, what people are missing is all of it was just a shot at Anton. You know, it was basically a black pill. He was dropping a massive black pill dump on Anton. Now, Corey wouldn't consider, like, Corey doesn't even know what the black pill is, right? But that's what he did. You know, and unfortunately, his daughter caught a stray. And most people have the same attitude. Even, you know, the fans, they said, obviously, they don't condone what Corey said, but Anton bought that upon himself. Oh, sorry, he bought that upon himself. Let me see. Stacey Harris said the biggest lesson learned here is when Corey told Darlene to get out the way. Don't get between two men going at it. Yeah, that was kind of funny. That was kind of funny. Yeah, he said small hats have an innate ability to create usury. I was like, how do you even come up with something like that, man? How? Oh man. It says Netflix debt-based growth is scary. How a lot of these companies will do schemes to avoid crashing down will be big scary. The way they just kick the can down the road, they don't care. It's wild. Yeah, that's why piracy is coming back. Piracy is making a comeback. Yeah, he said, my best friend slimed me just because he loves money and desires to be rich. He says, I choose God. I'm assuming that's what you meant. Yep. So In Too Deep says they do this because people do try to sue for royalties, so they pull those particular shows off the books so they don't have to pay. He said that's why the failed shows, they immediately disappear. Even the good ones, it'll be one that you like. It'll just disappear off the face of the earth.
As I'm reading this chat right now, I'm surprised at you guys.
Yeah, this is the part that I wanted to show you, because you could tell he was reading the chat, and like most of the people in the chat, they were saying that yeah, Corey was wrong for what he said, but Anton bought that upon himself, and Anton is tight about that.
And I'm surprised at the community as I'm reading this chat right now. I'm surprised at you guys. I'm surprised at you guys. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me, some of you, because I see the overwhelming majority of you are logical, are you guys telling me that it is okay for people to go after underage children? Are y'all validating this?
He wasn't well, she was how do I say that? A casualty of war. That's how I would look at it. Him dissing her looks was that was just a casualty, right? The main point is because of this is the byproduct of what you were able to create when you didn't have no money. That was your level, right? And because of what you were able to attract, this is the product that you created. Now that you have some money, you think you're above that, but you're still that same ugly ninja. That was Corey's point. But Corey is willing to go to the depths of hell. And if he did his research, he would have known that. He probably would even never even entertain trying to invoke some kind of reaction out of Corey. He would even think to do something like that.
Wow. I'm amazed at the culture. Are y'all telling me that it is okay to go after underage children in real life? Not speaking in general, not speaking, oh, okay, well, this is how I feel about the community and how it is that we raise our children. I'm talking about real life people. I'm heartbroken. I really am. I'm heartbroken for all of our Black women.
Oh Lord, no! Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Sisters, are you with me? Nah, you can't pull that right now. Let me see. Cope approach. I think is that Stefan? Is that Stefan? Is that you? Cope approach. I haven't seen him in that account in a while. He said, if I can collab with her or meet her at a DreamCon or streamer event, I'm a def walker down in Baghdad. Not that she the top of my list. I hope you're talking about Mika. Mr. For your sister says the term you're looking for is collateral. Thank you. I was like, why can I not find the term? Thank you. Collateral damage. That's the term I was looking for. Collateral damage. Unfortunately, that young sister, shout out to her. You know, she is an I don't doubt that she's an Olympian. So shout out to her in her endeavors. You know, hopefully she does make the Olympics if she does have the chance to make it. But unfortunately, that's collateral damage. You know, you got to be careful who you pick your battles with. So even with that, when the situation with Corey and Anton happened, I said this. I was like, look, Anton may have won the battle per se, when it comes to optics, but he's going to lose the war. You know, and here we are. We're already seeing it. January is coming on. It's man, 2026 is starting off. You know, man. He says, wait a minute. That is a kind of hypocrisy and in its best when he talks about not being Black himself. He said, for all of my Black women, as soon as he said that, I was like, nope, I don't want to hear that. He said the sisters right now with Dr. Umar. Right now, I'll say this. A lot of the Black women, from what I've seen, they're signing with Corey. Because they are already so used to how Corey does things. they're already so used to it. They're looking at Anton like, bro, you brought that on you. He said, in the great words of Cat Williams, you shouldn't have been talking ish. Yeah, he's a Karen. Futon is a Karen. That's the perfect term. Anton is basically a Black Karen. And I've even accused Tommy Sotomayor of being a Karen at times. So this is not you're just saying that. No, Anton is now he's going full Karen mode. And this is the person that they're saying that Corey, he ducked the fade. Nah. Here we go. Oh, I clicked the wrong tab. My bad.
For all of our Black women that's out there that say that and had something to even say, I've seen y'all do a breakdown of Ryan Davis and what he said and all of this stuff. I've seen so many think pieces on Ryan Davis and how about
Dude, you lost the right. You lost the right to bring up any of that stuff. That don't got nothing to do with you, bro.
Black children and all of this stuff are spoken about. And you guys really, now all of a sudden it's different?
Yeah.
I'm heartbroken. I really am. In shambles, 100%. I'm in shambles. I'm in shambles. I am 100% in shambles. It's not
trying his best to look like a disappointed parent. In Too Deep says, didn't Anton talk about going to hell? Well, what's funny is he didn't understand Corey was a main contributor of the heat in hell. He says, usually I will have to tell only a female. Sorry, Mr. For Your Sister says this. He says, usually I will have to tell only a female that you do realize you represent your kids. I never had that thought towards a dude. Fathers know better. They might not do right, but not this BS. I've seen gangsters do a way better job of protecting their kids than Anton. I'm talking about white gangsters, right? Dudes, mob bosses, sons, daughters. Dude, well, I'm talking about a way better job than what he's been doing. So, yep. He said Corey would have lost hella money if he touched Anton first. I'm so happy he didn't touch. I'm so happy he didn't fight that nigga, man. I'm so happy. Because that was a trap. And now with this. So now imagine he was going to lose money anyways. He was going to definitely lose way more money if he fought him. Way more money. Because right here, this is just semantics. Most lawyers are not even going to take this case. And he's probably just trying to, he thinks by saying these kind of terms and these words, maybe he's trying to scare Corey off of not talking about him anymore on his platform. I've seen other dudes use that kind of a tactic where they'll scare people off by not, so they don't talk about them anymore. So they'll try to sue him or threaten a lawsuit or threaten defamation. So Anton might be running that play as well. Two things can be true. He said Anton is like a loaf of burnt bread. Oh man.
Nothing else for me to say. It's nothing else for me to say. I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces. I have to figure out how to pick. Corey, he won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win, I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I got to figure out how to pick up the pieces. Family is in shambles. Daughter is in shambles. Literally having my wife take her over to get evaluated and figure it out because crying inside of the principal's office trying to figure out what to do. I'm in shambles.
He's capping. He's way too calm about that. Man, you can't be lying about your daughter, putting your daughters and your wife in lies like that. Come on, man. You can't be doing that. But this is the stuff that instigating ass ninjas be doing.
Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Let me read some of the super chats and then is it possible that we can get to the regular show?
Oh, now he's mad at the chat. You brought it up, ninja. The fuck?
Is it possible that we can get to the regular show?
That nigga, he was crying. He was crying. I don't buy that his daughter was crying from watching. First of all, I don't even know how she would be able to get those clips. Second of all, nah, ain't no way. I think because he looks like he's about to cry right here.
To all the bad chasers and Patreon members, we're almost at 21,000 Patreon members. Make sure you guys tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. And then let's read some of the super chats and let's pray for me, y'all. Pray for me. Pray for my family. Pray for me. I never thought that I would have to figure out how to deal and figure out how to fix my family on this level. All right. Eric says, I came for the drama. However you decide to handle your business, I support. I have to focus on
Bro, you already read that super chat. Yeah, I think he was crying. He was crying. He was crying. Or I'll say this, he was definitely the emotional one. He's well, your daughter don't know who the hell Corey Holcomb is. Come on, man, stop it. I'm Aaliyah K. I wanted to read this super chat. She said, "OMG, I forgot about Tommy." Well, Tommy, you know, he'll make some good points here and there, and I respect him for being one of the first to take the bullets. But unfortunately, what they say, to be resilient for a long time can make you. Sometimes that doesn't make you strong. Sometimes that make you. It could damage you, and because I know why Tommy's the way he is. I know. I've already talked about this on this channel. I know exactly what he's going through. So I tend to give Tommy a pass, but I know what it is with him. But I'll never forget when Tommy went into that Harlem spot. When we were talking about time and place, right? Reading the room. Why are you going to some kind of Black Power event or Black theme, pro-Black themed event in Harlem, mind you, and you want to start debating other Black men about what Black women are supposed to do? Look, time in place. And you want to videotape yourself the whole time for content, and let me, videotape myself, me taking on these people. Time and place. And he can't for some reason he can't fathom why he got stole on in Harlem when he tried to do that nonsense. And then at the end of the day, right at the end of the day, he's like, you know what I'm gonna do? See, this is what I'm gonna do. And then he films himself calling the police on the event. I'm like, Tommy, come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. He said, to be fair, these gangsters are strong, violent, masculine men. Anton, isn't hell, he looks less masculine now than when I started watching his videos. Yeah, he's never, because Anton, he just doesn't come across as masculine. Now, that could be me judging a book by its cover. That's why I never really outright said it. But the more, or I was just saying, the more and more he talks, the more I see his actions. He's a bitch. He's literally a bitch. Mr. For Your Sister says, if Anton got Corey to settle for $1, he would claim a win. He would. He said, now your hands are shaking. Yeah. He's shaking for real, out of not even anger. Like he's trying not to cry on stream. In Corey Holcomb's in Corey Holcomb's case, he was trying not to fire on you. Damn, I hit the wrong tab again.
On making sure that my daughter is fine. The only business that supersedes all business is family and my daughter. All right. Chat from Moore says, I swear to be a comedian, a person would have to actually be funny. The only reason why people laugh at him is because he's dumber than a box of rocks.
Uh-oh, now they're saying he's not funny. He's not funny. Oh, yeah, by the way, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck here. Because there's plenty of people that they don't watch Corey Holcomb, but they'll be like, oh, he's a decent comedian. I'm talking about the main people that go out their way to hate on Corey Holcomb. If it's a man, it's because that man is probably a closeted homo, and Corey tends to go after that group of people. And it's either that. Now, if you are a woman and you're mad at Corey Holcomb, it's not even because of what he says about women in general. It's because of the abortion jokes. That's what it is. I'm telling you, that's what it is. It's not even the other stuff. It's the abortion jokes. They won't, like, now the women won't admit it, but the ones that specifically have a problem with him, it's the abortion jokes. And then with the men is the down low and the gay jokes. It's so easy to tell. Let's see if he has anything more to say.
King TC says, fuck Corey Holcomb. God bless the AD and all the bag chasers. We are up.
Oh, Lord. So he's gonna read only the positive, the what do they call it? The positive super chats in his favor.
It gets better from here. Shout out to you. I appreciate you, Gad. Thank you for.
But yeah, that's it. That's it. That's probably it. Let's see any other super chats. So I saw this. Okay, so Billups here, he says, you talk about my kids and I know where you work. Yeah, it's on. Well, in what case? You mean about physically approaching the guy that's talking about you and your family, or you mean suing? Because Anton talking about suing, you might be actually talking about fisticuffs. Now, Anton offered the fade. Now, it's just interesting. He doesn't want to offer the fade no more. Now he wants to be a small hat. A small hat bag chaser. Very fitting. But just to show you I'm not making this stuff up, I want you to look at these comments. I want you to look at, let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, he says a lifetime of damage, a damaged psyche, and yet her dad on live talking to a damn camera. That's what, yeah, I forgot to say that. So you're saying that she's doing therapy and she's in the hospital right now. So why aren't you there with her? You're doing a stream? You're doing a live stream while your daughter is going through all this chaos in turmoil. That's why he's lying. That dude's a liar. And if he's not, that dude is a piece of shit as a father. It's one or the other. Or two things can be true. Two things can be true. But if all of this stuff is happening, is if, as you say, why are you even doing a stream at that moment? You're supposed to be with your daughter, making sure she's straight. Somebody said, aren't you the same dude that said F them kids? Exactly. Somebody said, if what you're trying to do is possible, the whole internet would be suing Charleston White. That's what, yeah. If Anton Daniels is even able to get a lawsuit off, even if it's for $1, even if it's what do you call it, a free lawsuit, if that's even able to pass, that means Charleston White is in massive trouble. Oh yeah, didn't he say, oh, I'm about to make $1 million off Corey Holcomb that last week. I'm about to make $1 million off Corey Holcomb. Now we playing victim. This is crazy. Oh man, let me see. Did I miss any? Okay. Oh, so never mind. I thought I missed another Pyro super chat. My bad. But I had to make sure I was caught up. Reading your comments for your sister, and then what you're saying is facts. Oh, so somebody said when he was on that panel, you say that they said Anton just joined the panel, what, to defend himself? Oh Lord. In Too Deep said he thought he could hang out. He found out he wasn't hood enough, never been, and now he's mad everybody is now rocking with him. It's almost like a LARPer, right? You know, a white female LARPer, conservative LARP. Yeah, white female conservative LARPer. That's gonna happen. Oh, Just Pearly thinks that's what's gonna happen to her. She's doing all that LARPing, all that capping, all that pandering, all that grifting, and she's still not going to be able to find a man. She's gonna turn right back into what she used to be before she made this type of men content. She's gonna start blaming men about not knowing what they want. You know, men wanting younger women and all that stuff. Just Pearly, she's gonna be the worst. Somebody said, OMG, play it. Oh, yeah, I played that. Let me see. Food for thought. Can Anton's wife use this embarrassment to divorce Anton? Yes. Yes. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. And she probably will. Man, somebody gonna bring up at this somebody gonna be bringing up Corey Holcomb's clips in court. These people gonna be crying laughing. Oh man. It says LOL, $1 son Corey literally pulled this man's daughter picture up. That's a lawsuit. And yes, YouTube about to do something as well. You really think that's a lawsuit for calling his daughter ugly? Corey didn't take the picture of the broad, the young lady, the sorry, bad habit. But Anton took the picture of her. Yeah, like Corey made up that picture. Oh man, let me see. Aaliyah K says, actually, this is a good move. If he can bow out by claiming family harm, he's trying to save himself from having to continue the beef. Yeah, like I think he's trying to scare Corey from speaking on him. But I don't think that's gonna work. He's just all he's gonna do is call Anton Futon. He's just gonna call him by a different name. And then continue what he does. Like, you know how like Corey calls, Tommy Sotomayor the sissy mayor, right? Or he'll call he'll give these people clever nicknames so they can never claim that they said their name. Yeah, Kendrick G tried to sue. That didn't work. He said, "Oh, Pearl was destroyed in a debate against Pearl Things debate against Kasperian." Oh yeah, I've been seeing that going viral. I haven't watched that debate, but I have. First of all, Kasperian, she's full of it, right? But both of those individuals are full of it. Kasperian was a full blown libtard, right? She was a full blown ibtard up until something personal happened to her via an immigrant filling up on her, and then she decided to change lanes. And then with Pearly, she's just a grifter. Mr. For Your Sister says YouTube rules are kind of flexible. They can say you are harassing a minor. So since he is so big, they might give him 30 days. Facts. Hey, yo, man. Let me check something out real quick. Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit with the Corey Holcomb thing. Oh yeah, by the way, Corey Holcomb in his live stream, he spoke on even the Ryan Davis situation. And when I watched the video was clickbait, mind you. So they put Corey's name in the title, but they didn't Ryan Davis didn't say anything negative about Corey. And shout out to Corey for knowing that. And if you listen to that what Ryan Davis was saying, he was talking about the former comedian, and we all know he was talking about Marcus. Now there's confirmation on how Corey and Marcus fell out. They fell out because Marcus was giving Corey misinformation about Ryan. Corey was running with the information because he had beef with Ryan at the time, just to find out that Marcus was just making most of that stuff up. So that's why they fell out. Interesting. Anyway, man. Anywho, let me see if I can fast forward a little bit. See if I can catch some things. So before I'll say this, before I sign off, I want to address this part of the stream that I love. This part of the stream. This is when Corey was going raw, no homo, like he was going in, really speaking his mind. This was some real ish right here. Let me see if I can share the screen with you real quick. I wanted to. This was my favorite part of the show, mind you. This was my favorite part of the episode. This episode will go down in infamy.
That's the cap, I think.
But anyway, yeah, on the internet, talking like you saw people talk in movies and stuff like that. The fat boy Whitlock said, "I'm a jailbird."
That's some wild shit. I really got.
He played an AI video on his thing.
Yeah.
That wasn't even what happened.
Yeah.
He said I was a jailbird or the jail mentality or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do I do to represent myself like that? I think you don't like me because you never fucked a bitch at work.
Right.
They write laws for real player ass niggas because we fuck bitches at work.
He tried.
He made a Joker lost his job because he was fucking too many hoes in the Boston whole damn get down. He was fucking too many hoes.
That's how it works, though. That's, we got to be honest why those laws are there. It's out of jealousy and envy. Because most men, they get put in that same position of power or status, they take advantage and they start fucking they assistant or they the Latina cleaning lady. Oh man.
If you stand upright and you're a big black man, you are the most desired, even though they make it seem like you're not. You're the most desired.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody like us. Put us around your bitch. We're gonna have to fight the bitch out. If I work anywhere, it is my right to fuck hoes. You had to write legislation to try to stop men from fucking hoes at work. How do you do that? How do you stop people from doing what they're going to do anyway and fire them for it? Phil Jackson was fucking Jerry Buss's daughter as the coach. Let me tell you why. Because he hung around brothers.
Hell yeah.
You know what?
And I'll say this, this is why Corey has a point here. Corey has a point here. I know this is a little bit, we're kind of past Anton, but Corey has a point here because anytime they catch the woman and the man fucking at work, who usually gets fired? The man. The woman, nothing happens to the woman. Most times. So if it was really about, etiquette, you would fire both the woman and the man. But the women, for some reason, they always stay, even though they. So this is all when they're talking about all these policies. And yes, I'll be the first one to say, if you're a man, if you can avoid it, please don't be sleeping with people at your job, right? But it's not necessarily because of I don't want you to enjoy yourself. I just know that the laws in your job are very unfair to you, and I just don't think it's worth the risk. But as a man, you're gonna do what you got to do anyways. But just understand, Pete, there are envious people in charge usually that have written in laws or written certain policies to where basically only them, they can flirt with your girl. They can, not her colleague, right? It's all a power play. He said, I've gotten fired over chatting with the female. That was extra touchy-feely on me. But because it's usually the man that gets the backlash of, you should have known better, you should have done this. And even though both of you guys consented, it's only you as a man that gets fired. So Corey has a point. The people that put these laws in or these policies in, they didn't do it out of, we need to save the work environment. They did it out of jealousy. Because if they were really for real about it, they would be like, okay, no, men and women, they need to work separately. So we have the men over here, have the women over here. If it was really about equality, if it was really about productivity, no, the women stay, but the guys, they gotta go. We already know what you're doing there. So that's a great point.
Hell yeah, Phil. Shout out to Phil. No, they ain't together no more.
No, hell, they got a new bitch.
Yeah. Do we?
Everybody get a new bitch. Your bitch don't stay with you. You get a new bitch.
How old is Phil? 80 now? What Phil got to be 80?
Acquire all that
How tall is Phil?
6'8".
If he can still stand upright, he fucking hoe.
Did she acquire all that?
But that was my favorite part. That was my favorite part of the whole of the show. But anyways, let's see. I'm at the 4-hour mark. I do got to shut this bad boy down. Before I leave, do you guys want me to do one Instagram video reaction before I leave? Or do you want me to just let me know in the chat if I should do one more Instagram video reaction? Just a random Instagram video reaction. Because I got one that's great. I got like a great video. I can't wait to show this video. I don't know if I want to do because I'm definitely gonna make it a separate thing. Because this is Instagram video I've been dying to show. Oh man. Let's see if I can in the meantime see if I can bring it up. Oh yeah, and by the way, before I even show that video, let me show you this one real quick. I've shown this other one before, but this is nonsense. This is getting ridiculous. When has it been acceptable for you to basically wear sleepwear at the gym and then be shocked that men are staring at you? This is underwear. She's literally wearing a bonnet, a crop top, and basically panties with no shoes and socks. And this is modern gym wear. How? I'm like, bro, this is literally like, bro. I'll say this. Anybody that's woken up with a woman before, I'll just say it like that. Anybody that's woken up with a woman like before, this is what she wears. And she's wearing that at a gym, or they allow women like that to wear that at the gym. That's wild. That's wild. She's literally wearing underwear. I'm looking at the comments and say just panties, huh? And like I said, I'm not saying she's like I said, she got a nice body type, but I'm like she's basically wearing like sleepwear at the gym. That's wild, right? But this is the video I wanted to show you. I want to react to this video right here. I might have to open it up in a separate tab, but we're gonna see this video. Let me download the video. Here we go. Let's download the video real quick. Let me download this. Sorry for the delay, but I gotta download this video because I want to actually display it on the full screen, Simpson style. But anyways, let's open it up. Yeah, at the like if you go to the average gym, you'll see people like this. Or you'll go to the private gym, or you have somebody, you'll have a personal trainer that rents out a section in the gym, and you'll see women like this. You'll be like, bro, how is it's it's literally like a free meat market, for the pervs, But hey, I'm not stopping them. I'm just saying you cannot be shocked if somebody stares. You can't, because this is basically like this literally reminds me of my private time.
Many single Christian women that are.
So right here, let's read the caption. This is going to be a good one. Somebody said, baddie culture destroyed gyms in the rest of America. Facts. You can't even deny that. She's wearing nothing. But anyways, let's do this video. It says, are Christian men afraid of taking risk? So now here we have self-proclaimed Christian woman complaining about Christian men not approaching her at her, or just Christian men not approaching her in general. So this is going to be interesting.
I am around many single Christian women that are amazing. Many haven't been pursued at all. I have a lot of guy friends also that are like, they get rejected once or twice and they're like, I'm done. Like, I need a break. Yes, many.
That kind of shocks me.
Oh, but it's real. That's showing me that men used to go to war. You got it. You can do it.
She's going there.
No, I'm gonna go in there. No, but genuinely,
Speak up.
Like you're gonna be okay. And I promise, if you keep going after it, if you keep pursuing the Lord, if you keep surrounding yourself with community and mentors.
Oh man, she has a lisp. Oh, Chronic would have had a field day with this one.
You will eventually live a life with a wife and kids. There are too many single women and single men in the Christian circle that aren't married, and that's making me mad. You're okay.
Yo, let me read this comment. So B. Watkins says, personally, I feel uncomfortable seeing so many women, especially underage girls, wearing leggings and trying to look older. They all try to look 20. Makes me unnerved. Now, I've said similar, but people have called me like a predator. I'm like, no, I don't even be at, I used to be at the gym when I was in high school. So I left like right before the nonsense happened. like my last time I was in the gym was senior year in high school, right? But I would see these things in particular. I would see on Instagram, because I used to still follow a lot of my high school friends, whatever, or if they had sisters, or I would work with. I remember working with people where their sisters and their brothers, they would work with me at these little spots, and I was basically working with their younger sisters and brothers. And if I happened to be following them on Instagram and stuff, they would post these things of these people. I'm like, these people are wearing underwear at gym. And I'm like, they keep inviting me to go to Edge, I'm like, nah. Oh, was it Golden? What's these Orange? Yeah, Orange Fitness, Equinox, and all. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good right here. This is wild. I remember one dude, he invited me to the gym. I didn't bring any gym wear. I just went there to just go with him. This dude brought his, and mind you, he brought his girl. His girl takes off her little jacket. Because she was already coming there with some short shorts. She takes off her jacket and she's wearing a full out sports bra. It's basically, and the shorts that she was wearing, it was almost like she wore it's almost like she wore a bikini, a beach bikini to the gym. And I was like, and it's the norm now. I was shocked when I was like, I told her in front of her face, I was like, you wearing that? And they was, and both the boyfriend and her, they was laughing at me. And I was like, oh, I guess maybe I must be missing something. But that's the norm. That's the norm. It's just ruining, because now I don't know, because it's women that are like 18, 17, even 16, and they at the gym wearing what God knows what. So now I'm like, nah, y'all doing too much. Women over there, mind you, there's there's older men that go to the gym. They have daughters around that age that are like 21, 22, and they feel uncomfortable going to the gym because it's like you got these broads thirst trapping, wearing God knows what, but they never take that into account. They think that we're the bad guys for pointing out maybe they should wear some clothes. just some clothes. I'm not saying you're not gonna get approached, but like this is just this is wild. I'm like y'all are okay with this, okay? Yeah, okay. But that it's completely ruined gym culture. That's why I don't even want to go back to gym anymore. Anyways, and I need to go back actually.
Hey men, you can do it. Like, be a man. I get it. We have a fatherless generation, so many men. I get going. Many men.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
A father is the one who speaks identity. So many men are not getting spoken
They don't
identity.
know who they
You
are.
don't know who they are.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
True.
saying, if you don't have a present father, that's okay. Surround yourself by men that will speak into you, and you will be the father and the dad and the husband that God has actually called you to be. I just want to tell men, you got it. Be rejected. Keep going after women. Women are way more open than it feels.
And all of God's people said,
Amen.
And they wonder why men are not at church, bro. They just don't they just Did y'all hear this? She's trying to use her sky daddy. She's trying to use, her flying spaghetti monster to shame men into approaching them. What part of the game is this? What part of what? Yo, that's wild. But anyways, you already know what we like to do. We're gonna do a replay on this because we got to break this down. This is diabolical work right here.
I am around many single Christian women that are amazing. Many haven't been pursued at all. I have a
Of course, they're all amazing. They're all perfect angels.
lot of guy friends also that are like, they get rejected once or twice and they're like, I'm done. Like, I need a
Really?
break. Yes, many.
that
I
kind
love-
of shocks me.
Oh, but it's real. That's showing me that men used to go to war.
That's TikTok speak. So she's just repeating what she heard from TikTok. Men used to go to war. We listen and we don't. All TikTok jargon. All TikTok jargon. I already know. I'm like, what? Like every week, I'm just like, what is TikTok going to teach these young ladies this week? What is TikTok going to teach these young ladies? I mean, TikTok has done so much damage. Well, I'm not gonna say I don't want to blame TikTok because I feel like that's an easy scapegoat. But I even seen like I know this one pastor. He's a simp pastor. But TikTok is so poisonous for these young ladies, where even one of the more famous simp pastors, I don't want to say his name, right? He got defamed so bad. I don't want to say his name. Off of one clip he said. So much so, after clarifying and all that, so every time in his sermon, anytime I hear him, he always mentioning what TikTok be doing. Mind you, he's one of the biggest simp male pastors out there. I don't even want to say what nationality he is, if he's American or not. Every other time, if one or like he has a part of the service where he'll have these people line up and then they can ask him a question. If he has if any of the ladies ask any inappropriate question or a question that seems a little bit suspect, he said, no, don't ask me, ask TikTok. Don't ask me, don't. And then nope, because if I say something, I'm gonna end up right back on TikTok. So even the simps know, like, just the stuff, the nonsense that TikTok has instilled in these young ladies out here.
You got it. You can do it.
She's going there.
No, I'm gonna go in there.
more.
No, but genuinely,
Speak up,
like you're gonna be okay. And I promise, if you keep going after it, if you keep pursuing the Lord, if you keep surrounding yourself with community and
Preach.
mentors, you will eventually live a life with a wife and kids. There are too many single women and single men in the Christian circle that aren't married, and that's making me mad. You're okay.
They will never address the problem. They will never address. All they're gonna do is complain about men not approaching them. And oh yeah, men, Christian passport bros. That's what they're gonna complain about. Christian passport bros. Oh yeah, by the way, that's how I knew Anton was low key. That's low key one of the main reasons why I put Anton on the swap list. Once I started hearing Anton start going in on the passport bros and start talking about, the criminals and equating that to what the passport bros are doing, I'm like, uh-oh. Is this simp talk I hear? My detector went off, but you know.
Men, you can do it. Like, be a man. I get it. We have a fatherless generation, so many men. I keep going.
No, we don't. That's a misnomer. That's a misnomer. The dads that are there, they try too hard, in my opinion. It's just they don't have the same. The fathers of today don't have the same authority as how they used to have the same authority back in the day. I hate it when people be like, "Oh man, she's fatherless or he's fatherless." No, they'll talk about like a OF star. Oh, she must not have a dad. Yes, she does. It's just he don't have no say. Everybody get these motherfuckers be married for 2 years, 3 years, divorce after 4 years, barely 4 or 5 years. They divorce, have their kids live out of suitcases for the rest of their lives, having them living from babysitter to babysitter, exchanging kids like they're drugs. And they can't understand why there's these young girls, they become OF models. From stepdad to stepdad, from stepmom to stepmom, and they can't fathom why these motherfuckers is lost. They're literally lost. They're lost. There's no structure. Oh yeah, I know. To be a passport bro is definitely not the end all be all, because there's a lot of holes in that. But I just do find it interesting. They're crying about dudes importing women, even though the dudes, they're not even getting a better deal. But imagine being where, if you're like the average American woman, dudes are just that disgusted with you, where they're just like, dude, I gotta try something else. I can't do it this way. Kenneth says, my ex is a Christian and I'm cool with them, but Jesus, some of them are dumb. Yeah. Yeah, they just want to reject men for the ego boost. Like I'm like, dudes, they're tired of being put on blast. They're tired of being put on blast in group chats. They're tired of being put on the T app. If things don't go their way, they're tired of being put on Snapchat. They're tired of putting on Facebook. Are we dating the same? They like, no. They're like, nah, never mind. And mind you, these dudes, they want to be in a relationship. In fact, the young men of today, they want to be married more than the young women of today. But they're willing to be like, look, they're looking at the cost benefit analysis and they're just like, this is not worth me risking being looked like as a creep. Because that's the one thing, men don't want to be looked at as a creep. They're just like, I'm not going to take that risk. B. Watkins says the issue is these Christian women want to only marry 6'5" Christian chads who make a lot of money and look like John Eric Hexum. Oh yeah, by the way, these ladies right here, this is true. This is true. And then on top of that, when it comes to the people that are actually of the church, if you force the women to be like, look, you can only date women. Sorry, you can only date. Oh, that happens too as well. But you can only date men in the church. The only people they're going to aim for is the pastor, the pastor's son, and the musicians. And maybe if you're on the deacon board. If not those people, they're going to see if they see somebody they recognize. Like if they know somebody, like say if there's somebody with like a TikTok following or Instagram following and they happen to go to that church, then they'll go to that church or something like that. If it's not a musician, if it's not a pastor, if it's not somebody on the deacon board, they're not going for it. They're not trying to date anybody that's in parking ministry. They're not trying to date anybody, any of the men that work in daycare ministry. They're not trying to date one of the ushers. No, that's not what they're trying to do. So anyways, man. Anyways, first of all, let me take this thing off and let me keep this thing playing.
Many men
took the words right out of my mouth.
A father is the one who speaks identity. So many men are not getting spoken
They don't
identity.
know who they are.
They don't know who they are.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, if you don't have a present father, that's okay. Surround yourself by men that will speak into you, and you will be the father and the dad and the husband that God has actually called you to be. I just want to tell men.
Andrew Wilson would approve this message. Andrew Wilson, hoe ass.
You got it. Be rejected. Keep going after women. Women are way more open than it feels.
That's crazy. I can't believe she said that with a straight face. Let me rewind that real quick. Just keep going out there. Keep getting rejected. Like, what? That's wild work.
Into you, and you will be the father and the dad and the husband that God has actually called you to be. I just want to tell men, you got it. Be rejected. Keep going after women. Women are way more open than it feels.
And all of God's people said,
Amen.
Oh my God. This is, oh my God. I'll you know what? I'll say this, man. I think it's maybe because what did Stefan say? What did Stefan say about me? He said that I got like a super villain voice. I think the older I get, the more super villainy I sound. So there's no way like I only see these conversations happen when I'm not in the circle. Right? Because they can never like I would never voluntarily bring up dating in a church setting if they were to ask, if they were to bring it up. But if they were to ask me my honest opinion, there's no way. There's no way they would even say that. That's crazy. That's just I don't know. Usually when you got a bunch of women coming together and they talking about dating and they're talking about all these things, you always hear the most nonsensical things. Oh man. Panda Man said, y'all notice how the women in here are quiet now. Oh yeah, this is the part of the show they're not gonna like, right? Let me see. Kenneth said, I've been agnostic since I was 6 or 7, but I grew up in a half Christian, half Muslim family, so I have no issue dating a religious woman. But you got to make sure she's like, this is not like somebody that's just using it, the religion as a rest haven, right? She done already been through the streets and then she's just kind of leaning back towards it after the streets don't work out. Right. Corey Holcomb says it best. Like, there's no difference between the streets and the church. You got the women that go in the streets and then they go into the church looking for something new. Yeah, this is true. So B. Watson says another issue for the passport bros is Filipinas' sexual market value is getting inflated due to American zimps spoiling them. The Philippines is getting more expensive and local resentment is rising. Facts. I've noticed that as well. That's why, like, whatever country that I go to, I'm not even going to say what I'm not even going to tell you what it is, but it's definitely not going to be the normal, the average spot that every other expat is going to. Let me see. What else did I miss? Oh, man. Kenneth says the good men don't exist to black women because good men aren't attractive, tall, cool enough, SMH. That's all women, honestly. That's not just black women. It's just unfortunately when black women tend to explain it, it's just so brash and so blatantly false that people are like, are you kidding me? But the white women, they're on that same time. Trust me, they're on that same time. They're just the white women are just more like they're smart at, okay, if I won't get this guy, okay, this is my other backup plan. This is my backup plan if this don't work out. So they're more, white women are more cunning. So they get away with the nonsense, but it's the same mindset, it's the same mentality. If she's being raised in America and she's around that age that you saw those ladies in, it's likely she has that same mentality. Somebody said, Stacey Harris said, or sad to say men would go buy it. It's cheaper than the alternative. Mind you, there are men in their 20s. I'm talking about there's men in their 20s that have money. They're already doing the sugar daddy route. I'm talking about men in their 20s. They're like, nah, I'm not dating. I'm going to just do this. they're going the sugar daddy route, or they're going the escort route, or the high end escort route. I'm talking about they're in their 20s and they're doing that. So that's how you know. I'm not just talking about just the what they call it, the finance bros. I'm not just talking about the finance bros now, right? Like I'm talking about like men with money, men with decent money, and they're just like, nah, I can't do this no more. This is too much. Why can I not take this thing off? Because I don't want to see her. Yeah, reformed thugs. Yes. Right. I always tell women, like, what all women have to do is not date criminals, and they'll be fine. I'm not even on that body count thing anymore because I know women's true body count. So it's basically a mute point. But as long if you are a lady and you just don't date criminals, you'll be fine. But particularly the ones that are having trouble, and then you look at their dating history, I'm like, oh, it's your dating history. Let me see. The older blue collar good dudes are married, but a lot of the ones below 35 are single and are partially black pilled. Yeah, the men our age and younger, particularly younger Gen Z, they're black pilled. Yep, I agree. I agree. Stacey Harris 9852 says, I mean, the difference between a wife and the call girl is you spend money on a wife and you get none. You spend money on the call girl and you're happy. Just saying that's the way the world seems. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know, there's a funny saying. They said that they say that like guys be cheating because in-house pussy is harder to get than out than pussy than that's outside the house, right? It's easier to get outside pussy than inside pussy. So that's a funny saying, but it's true. Stacey Harris says, I was married for 20 years. My wife wanted a divorce. I was like, damn, that's crazy. It's like working a job for years. You're about to retire, then you quit to start over from the bottom. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. And this happens to a lot of men. And this is happening more and more. Great divorces are rising. More and more. Yeah, great divorces are rising. So now a lot of those, those Gen X couples you thought was going to last the distance, even the older millennial couples, they're not. You get the 20-year mark, the 25-year mark. Okay, we're good. Nope. I'm not happy. Like Coach Greg Adam has that soundbite. I'm not happy. That's all it takes, and then that's it. Kenneth said, if you have an open panel, I can outline the history of tricking. You should have came on when I did it last week, because I definitely had the open panel, but I gotta bounce. We could say that for another panel. He said the history of tricking. I think I've talked about. Have I talked about the history of tricking on this channel? I don't think I have, because I don't really talk about that pay for play route. If I happen to talk about that escort route or the pay for play route, I'm just like brutally honest about what that is. So I don't tend to harp on it so much. I just tell people what it really is, because I don't want to be the guy that's like promoting it per se. I don't want to be that guy. That's already somebody else's niche. But there's a lot of, I'll say this, there's a lot of younger Caucasian men. They'll have a girlfriend and then they'll see a lady of the night. They'll pay for it, whatever. Do that. But I'm talking about, there's young dudes in their 20s. They're sugar daddies already. They're just like, fuck, I'm gonna just do that route. I'm gonna just be, or just the high end escort route or the passport bro route. AJ has mentioned it, where you'll have these dudes, they'll just go out of the country, they go to their favorite place, get it all out their system, and then they come back fully loaded and ready to go, right? But anyways, that is it for today. I will expand on that video. I will definitely drop a video on that. That's a funny video. That video you're gonna see it's probably gonna go a little bit viral. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for the super chat, Pyro, for the never ending support, man. I always appreciate you, man, for the $2 super chat and the $5 super chat. Like, thank you, Garrett Grant, for the past super chats. Thank you, everybody else, for the super chats, for the viewership. Obviously, this is clearly not going to be my last Anton Daniels. This is definitely not going to be my last Anton Daniels video. More and more will come out on him. And it's interesting the sides people are taking when it comes to this information. But the most interesting part is even a lot of Anton Daniels supporters, they're not even tripping on what Corey said. They're just like, okay, that's inappropriate, but you brought this upon yourself. So I was very surprised about that. So, we're going to leave it at that. I am 2 hours overtime again. So we are going to sign off with, who should I sign off with? We'll sign off with Ben 10. We'll sign off with Ben 10, man. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Here we go. Shout out to you guys, man. Take care and peace out.
Go on.
No, I sense I've made a mistake of some kind.